All right, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Kane's Wrath 2 vs. 2 $500 cash prize championship tournament hosted proudly by GameReplays.org. My name is Spartacus, but you guys all know that because you are here and you are cool, so you guys are in the know. But that's right, you heard me correctly, 2 vs. 2 and $500 prize. But I got a caveat for that. It's not just a $500 cash prize, and I'll get into where the money came from and how it's going to be divided up here in a moment. But we had an additional $40 added on in total to the tournament by GameReplays.org. We discussed it internally, and we had a couple of concerns about adding a random cash prize, and then also making sure that the values of the prizes were still, it's still interesting for the players and makes it worthwhile to spend their time playing this tournament, because it is going to be a long tournament. So we've done that. So it's effectively a $540 tournament today, not just the $500. But with that said, I want to give a big, huge shout out to Scott O'Neill for the $500 donation to this tournament. It was completely out of the blue. He just hit me up on my channel one day in the comment section, said, "Hey, I want to donate to a tournament. Hit me up." So being the guy that I am, I hit him up, and he said, "Hey, here's $500. Let's get a 2v2 tournament going." He's very cool about it. Gave us a lot of leeway to make some decisions, and I couldn't be happier with the way things have turned out. So big thank you to him. Be sure to say thanks, Scott, in the chat. I would love to see that spammed out. That'd be really nice. But yeah, so $500 coming out from him. We had the additional $40 coming out from Game Replays. So with that said, let's get into the breakdown of how this one's going to end up working out. So the prize values, you can actually see that from the portal announcement on GameReplays.org. And let me see if I even have that pulled up here. I do. So, okay, so the prize breakdown is going to be the first place team is going to get a $300 cash prize. Now the way that all of these prizes are going to be divided are in half, unless the players specifically agree to divide them separately, or rather differently. So we'll have to see how that one turns out. I would imagine most of the prizes are going to split straight down the middle. Maybe some people will just say, "Hey, take all the money," if they're being a cool guy. But with that said, so first place team gets $300, so that's going to be $150 a piece. That's a pretty significant amount of money for a 2v2 tournament. And as far as I know, it's actually the largest 2v2 tournament that we've had, at least in the last 2 years, maybe even longer than that. Not quite sure. But the second place team will get $150. And that will be split in half, so that would be $75 a piece. That's right, everybody, I'm doing this in my head, so stick with me here. But third place, so originally this was going to be a $50 cash prize. We've bumped that up an additional $20, so that will in fact be a $70 cash prize, and that will be divided in half, being $35 to each participating member. And with all of that said, there's an additional $20 cash prize given out to a random Game Replays member that completes participation in the event. So that means as long as they're not DQ'd, as long as they're not leaving the tournament early when they still have games to play, then they're going to be able to be eligible for that $20 cash prize. And obviously you have to be a Game Replays member, but that's a given if you're going to be playing in this tournament, because you have to sign up for it in the first place. So that's going to be the breakdown. $300 first, $150 second, $70 for third, and $20 random cash prize. So let's get into the tournament specifics. So it is going to be a 2 vs. 2 tournament. We're predicting a strong start with a round of 16, maybe even a round of 32, like an abridged round of 32. I'm not quite sure how it's going to work out, because I know we've had in excess of 40 people signing up for the event. I'm not quite sure if 40 people have in fact shown up. I haven't been able to kind of stick with the check-in process this morning, but the check-in process is actually a new thing that we've added for this event in particular, in that players had to sign up, or rather check in on GameReplays.org in the check-in thread, I believe an hour prior to the event starting, so that would have been an hour ago now. You had to be checked in by then, so that way, what we're trying to do is expedite the start of the tournament process, especially with 2v2s. It's much more difficult to get things going along. So we've kind of implemented this, and if it works out well today, which I can only imagine it will because it's been tested in other games, we will more than likely implement this method moving forward. So if you guys have done this today, get comfortable with it, because we're more than likely going to continue to do it. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to end up going. But with all of that said, this is going to be 2 vs. 2 on the 1.02 plus map pack. I just realized that our announcement is wrong. It's saying 1 versus 1 map pack 1, but it should be map pack 2. And with that said, so the round of 16, the first map will be Wasteland Dam. That is a really cool map. I like it a lot. We haven't seen a whole lot of games on it recently, at least not on my channel, so I'm looking forward to seeing it. Likewise, for the round of 8, we're going to be seeing that one kicking off on Hurricane Lands. Looking forward very much to seeing that map. That's a really cool map. I like it a lot. Predator did an absolutely phenomenal job with these maps, and that one is actually one of my favorites. But then down below that, we have everybody's fan favorite, the round of 4, which will be the semifinal. It's going to be Forgotten Forest. That map is absolutely the quintessential 2 versus 2 map if you play Kane's Wrath online now. It's an important map to know, and we figured it's going to be a great kickoff map for the semifinal. You know, we'll see a decent number of games on it throughout the day, but we wanted to make sure to get everybody on a comfortable map for the semifinals. And then even more so, going into the finals and third place matches, those are going to kick off on Unsound Investment. That is one of the original maps that was created with the game, and it's a pretty cool map. It's definitely a little bit different from the ones that we're going to be seeing where everybody's kind of teamed up together. That one's kind of splits you across a rift, but we'll have to see. I'm definitely looking forward to all the action today. We've had a huge number of people sign up. Like I said, it's in excess of 40 players, and I've also seen a decent number of new faces as well as some older players that are returning specifically for this event and maybe going to be sticking around a little bit longer. That's the end game goal. We obviously want to get more people playing the game, and I think we'll be successful in that. So we'll have to see. And with that said, let's check out some of the other specifics here. Let me see if the bracket is up and running. I've been trying to vamp long enough so that these guys can get the bracket up and running, but I don't think it is ready quite yet. So I may have jumped the gun a little bit. I know I started a little bit early today because I figured we may be getting underway a little bit quicker, so I didn't want to be missing out on giving you guys some starting info or missing out on the first game or delaying things. So all of that aside, we're going to probably be taking a very, very short break here so that way we can get the brackets updated. And then once the brackets are online, I'm going to be giving you guys a lightning speed rundown of the brackets, and then we'll be jumping into our first game. So I hope you guys are all having fun. It looks like we've got about 37 people sitting watching the channel right now. That's pretty awesome. That's really great for a startup for today. I'm hoping that we'll get up over 100 today. That would be pretty cool. And yeah, so we're in for a really great event, everybody. I hope you guys are all enjoying yourselves so far. I hope you guys liked the new music at the beginning. I'm sure some of you did notice that. I've been trying to experiment with a couple of different new artists, and Little V Mills is one of the ones that I'm going to be experimenting with a little bit more, just because his music is it's pretty intense and it's pretty great. So you guys will definitely be hearing some new music on the channel, as well as probably some new stuff showing up, as I did post the I think it was the 2 versus 2 Spring Showdown tournament for Tiberium Wars just last night. Semifinal A, I just posted that up. I wasn't able to be there for the event, but I wanted to bring you guys some videos, and it was requested by our staff to get out some videos for you guys. So I brought that to my channel. More than likely going to be seeing the remainder of the semifinals as well as the finals coming up very soon. So if you guys are looking for something to watch in the downtime of today, check out that video. That was some pretty good games. I think it was Shock Treatment versus Shock Treatment versus Maze. So yeah, that was a good matchup. Be sure to check that out if you get a chance, and let me know what you guys think in the comments. But with that said, we're going to be taking a short break, and I'll bring you guys right into the bracket rundown as soon as we get back, so stay tuned. Okay, and I actually just looked over, and Predator, sorry for cutting my mic back on there for really abruptly, but I saw Predator asked, and I meant to mention this in my opening monologue here. He asked if I'm going to be dual casting at some point in time during this tournament. I'm going to go ahead and say most likely not. I've contacted Cybert. I contacted him last night. I actually had a Skype call with him for a while. We actually just chit-chatted for a bit, and I just realized I'm name-dropping, but with that said, he is actually at work today, so he's unable to make it to this event. More than likely going to be seeing him casting it after the fact if he has an opportunity to. I know he's been particularly busy. But with that said, I haven't really configured Skype recently to get involved in dual cast, so more than likely it's just going to be me today, save the exceptional circumstance where I decide that I can't go on without somebody else, which will probably not happen. So It's a little bit of a bummer. I was hoping to dual cast, but it's okay. We will get through it today, and I'm certainly looking forward to making some blunders on my own. Should be good fun. But thank you for mentioning that, Predator. It jogged my memory, and I wanted to make sure to get you guys that info. So with that said, we're going to be taking a break, and we'll be right back. Alright everybody, and while I'm in the habit of correcting mistakes early on today, I realize that I've already made a mistake with the prize breakdown, so everything that I've said leading up to the third place match was correct. The difference is that I had stated that the third place match would be $70 split between the two winning players. It is in fact going to be $50 split between those two players as originally stated, and then an additional $20 cash prize has been added to sweeten the deal for the fourth place team. So it'll be $10 a piece for the fourth place team. So it's a little bit different than what I had said before. It's just to make things a little bit more interesting and maybe encourage players to get that fourth place match played, because sometimes it goes without being played, and it's a little bit disappointing because that would probably be a good matchup in a lot of situations. But with that said, just wanted to add that little addendum, and yeah, we'll be jumping into the brackets as soon as they are available. So stay tuned. All right, everybody. So I figured while we're waiting for the brackets to actually go live, and wow, I just realized that apparently my settings were to screen. Okay, good to know. With that said, we're going to be jumping into the teams as well as the players that have signed up, and I'm going to run you guys through the assigned teams as well as their associated names because we'll be hearing about them throughout the course of the day today. I don't know if all players have been checked in or verified at this point in time, so there may be some players that are aligned on this particular page here that do not actually show up or maybe are not going to be playing, so we'll have to see. But with that said, Team Jake has the Dimmy sauce. That's going to be team of JakeWhite and Dimitri. And then down below that, we have Team 100% World Champs. That's going to be Andre and Panic. Very cool to see them sign up. Team BikeRush, which is going to be Booty Call or Wookibert. More than likely just going to refer to him as Wookibert and BikeRush. And so they're going to be a very good contender for the finals, possibly. And then we have Team Noir Future, which is actually an interesting play on Blackheart and Tiberian Future. I like that a lot. Team The Crystals Are Falling, that's going to be Daniel DM and Randomness FT. And down below that we have Team Butcherr Survival, which is going to be Butcherr and Survivorman. Should be a good set of games. Team Unleash the Unicorns, Unleashed UA, and Plan Eden. And then down below that we have Team My Body Is Ready, Geopanippi, and Phoenix. That should be a really cool team. Team... I'm not going to say it out loud, but you know what? Don't give a fuck, F you. We'll get right into that today. That's how it's gonna go today. But we'll call them DGAF. That's gonna be Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. I think I saw talk of DirtyDutch maybe not being in the lobby, so not quite sure what's going on there. But Team Lag Never Ends. At least I believe it's Team Lag Never Ends. It's Team Lag Envy Ends. I'm assuming what that means. But that's gonna be Guard of Kasukabi and CE.JR. That's an interesting name. Team We Got the Vision. That's actually a really cool play on the names as well. We've got One Vision and We Got the Rockets, also referred to as Rockets. And then Team Sexy Legs. That's going to be Death Sentence and Chemo Sabi. Looking forward to seeing those guys playing. I haven't seen games of them recently, even though I think there's actually a game of Chemo Sabi on my channel as of the most recent single game cast from Kane's Wrath. Pretty good game. Be sure to check that out if you get a chance. Team Get Wrecked. That's going to be Gorilla and Warstorm. And down below that, we have Team Liquid Bobs. That's going to be Liquid Nose and Bobby Mac Bob. Bobby Mac Bob, probably the best name in the game. I'll give you that. But that's all we've got for right now. As you can see, it says computing due to the fact that we're still trying to match up players that are here but don't have a team just yet. And yeah, that's how we're going to get going. So. With that said, we're going to go back into the waiting menu, and we'll be jumping into our first set of games as soon as they become available. So be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, the brackets have been posted, and normally at this point in time I would give you guys a bracket rundown, but we are looking to get things going straight away. So what I'm going to do is we're going to jump into game number 1, or rather our first series. It's going to be Team Butcherr Survival, which is going to be Butcherr and Survivorman versus Team Jake has the Dimmy Sauce. This is looking like it should be a good matchup. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Going to be kicking off on Wasteland Dam. Game number 1 coming right up, and then what we will do is give you guys a bracket rundown when we are kind of looking for some time to wait for the next game. So hopefully there's not a whole lot of downtime, but and hopefully I can fill that downtime with as much useful information as I possibly can. And with that said, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 momentarily, everybody. So be sure to stay tuned. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 3 round of 16 series between Team... oh my goodness, I'm slaughtering this already. I was going to try to be fancy about this, but I'm not going to do that right now. So with that said, let's get into it. On the right-hand side of Wasteland Dam, as the Red Reaper 17, we have Dimitri. And then rounding out Team Jake's got the Dimmy Sauce, as the Cyan Reaper 17, just to the right of his ally, or rather just to the south of him, we have JakeWhite. Then moving down to the bottom of the map, spawning on the right-hand side as the orange GDI, we have Survivorman. And his teammate, rounding out Team Butcherr Survival, I believe it is, as the yellow GDI, we have Butcherr. Okay, so I'm pretty sure those names are not lined up properly, and that's what's got me kind of all out of whack. But hey, we won't worry about it too much. We're just here for some fun. So gonna be looking to get some good games. But double Reaper 17 versus double GDI. These guys picked their factions and they chose to go this way this time around. So interesting move. And I just realized that my sound is pretty low, so I'm just gonna try to figure out what's going on there. Why do I have no sound? Okay, not quite sure why there doesn't seem to be any sound, but maybe there just isn't enough going on just yet. So we'll give it a minute. We'll see how things shake out. There we go. We can hear those harvesters grumbling. That's what I like to hear. I think we're getting a little bit of lag here. That's a little bit unfortunate, but these guys are just opening pretty standard eco. Neither one of these factions really has any crazy all-in rushes, and obviously these Reaper 17 players are going to be looking to go into the late game. GDI, very good late game as well. It looks like JakeWhite is actually going to go for the expansion. Actually, is that Jake or is that Dimitri? So that's Dimitri. I'm going to get those guys mixed up this whole time just due to the fact that I've got the names backwards on here, but that's okay. We won't worry about it too much. But we do have the red player moving off to the north. He's going to be looking to go for that expansion. And it's looking like we do have Butcherr here on the left-hand side going to be expanding just up to this green Tiberian field. That's a substantial amount of economy that he can gain off of that field. And then we can see Survivorman or Cabal, because I'm going to be referring to him as both names here today. He's going to be expanding over here to this more contested green field due to the fact that you're going to start seeing more than likely some artillery wars. With these guys, I'm going to be expecting pretty heavy tier 1 spam. Probably going to be seeing a lot of tanks, particularly Predator tanks. Would not be shocked to see Jake and Dimitri go straight to tier 2 and then go Devourer tanks. That would be a pretty good move here in this game, just because Seeker tanks, not necessarily the greatest thing in the world. You don't really need stealth detection rather against these guys. Stealth protection would be a pretty good thing to have if that was possible, but I don't think that is a game mechanic. But yeah, really not a whole lot going on right now. Just straight up eco play here, and that's not really surprising. First game of the day, these guys want to get the jitters out of the way, and obviously they know the game's being casted, so they may be a little bit more jittery than normal, so we'll give them a little bit of leeway if they get a little bit jumpy here in certain situations. But it looks like a harvester here from, I believe that is Dimitri, or maybe JakeWhite. No, that's going to be JakeWhite, so his harvester's at the blue field. It's going to get away with a full load of blue Tiberium. No, it's not going to get away. There are 3 pit bulls here. They're going to gun that one down. There is a Shardwalker here to try to hold these guys off, but honestly, these pit bulls are just going to run forward. Even losing all 4 of those pit bulls, I think it would be worth it to kill that harvester. And 1 pit bull does go down. It looks like another pit bull is actually rallying into the field. Getting pretty messy here with the pit bull micro. It looks like they're going to get caught out by a number of Shardwalkers, but there are Seeker tanks out on the field, Shardwalkers as well. Shardwalkers actually particularly good against infantry and aircraft, but also pretty tanky on their own. There should be interesting pit bulls out on the field. Not shocking to see those guys. You want to get that early harass and gain some map control, and particularly against a faction that's going to go late game and be very, very strong. You want to get some harass early and really put the pain on them. But let's see. Yeah, I can see in the comments everybody saying a bit laggy. Yeah, that's actually lag in-game for me. Like, when I'm scrolling around, it's laggy on my end. So, not a whole lot I can do about that, unfortunately. So don't think that it's necessarily an issue on you guys' end. Don't necessarily have to keep refreshing the browser saying, hey, why is this going on? I'd say if my audio sounds proper, then it's more than likely just in-game lag that we're dealing with. But we do have some Seeker tanks coming out here from Dimitri, going to be coming in and looking to go for a little bit of harassment here, but there are watchtowers as well as a lone Predator tank and a couple of pit bulls here to defend against that force. And Seeker tanks being as squishy as they are going to try to run away. It looks like one is actually going to be left behind. Unfortunate micro mistake there from Dimitri. Not too much to be worried about, though. Mutant Hovel still not touched at this point. Kind of interesting to see those beacons around. It looks like the phase field was actually used on the harvester here. It's going to be keeping that alive. It looks like it only has a sliver of HP left. And the Seeker tanks are still moseying about here, just trying to clean up all of those random bits and bobs of forces around the map. Just pit bulls everywhere. Not quite sure who that's from. Probably Butcherr. Just sending them around. I know Cabal loves his Predator tanks, so I'm not terribly shocked to see him massing up. He does have Sonic tanks as well. I think they're called Sonic tanks. Shatterer tanks. That's the word that I was looking for. I was struggling with that one, but all the same, the inevitable Devourer tank transition here. Coming out from our southern player, that's going to be JakeWhite, and he should be able to hold the line pretty easily here. He's got a number of disintegrators. They're not all bunched up either, so the the Shatterer tanks should not be able to do too much damage, though they do carve through the disintegrators quite quickly. And it's actually really interesting to see oh my goodness, I keep wanting to call them sonic emitters, the Shatterer tanks being used as the anti-infantry component of this army as opposed to APCs. But this army here, this small army from Butcherr, has actually been caught out by a stasis shield by either Dimitri or JakeWhite, and now that entire army is more or less going to be cleaned up. Actually, the majority of the Predator tanks are going to get away. I'm kind of surprised that those tripods didn't just rush forward the second that shield came offline. But, oh, the MCV of Cabal caught on the move, wasn't able to deploy, and that has gone down. But now the Predator tank's going to be looking to clean up as much as they possibly can, not respecting the damage output from the Seeker tanks as well as the Shardwalkers here from our team. Jake has the Dimmy Sauce, and they're going to be losing their lives there. Shatterer tanks going down. Juggernauts now taking fire from the Disintegrators as well as tripods, the charged up tripods with the shields. That's heavy, heavy damage output as well, joined by some Disintegrators as well as some kiting Devourer tanks, and that is a very scary force here. Unfortunately, Cabal losing a lot of forces. He does just now have railguns, so that's a pretty heavy investment. Going to be interested to see if that one ends up turning out in his favor. Huge army here from Butcherr in the north. Not quite sure what his intention is here. More than likely going to be looking to push Dimitri off of this field. But there are a number of these tripods that are charged up. I believe, yes, the majority of them are charged up. It's looking like he's actually sending them into the Tiberian field now, being very disciplined about that. And wow, look at the mine drops. If those tripods walk over that minefield, they are going to be toasted. That would actually be really devastating. So wouldn't be shocked to see Butcherr maybe try to bait this engagement right over this field, because he just invested a lot of money into sending units down there. We do have some harassment forces out from Dimitri, which are attacking on the left-hand side. They're going to be cleaning up a few of the forces. Stasis Shield comes down once again, going to be locking down the War Factory as well as the Juggernauts of Cabal, and this could be lights out for him. I know his MCV did go down, and he doesn't have a standing army to speak of, so this may be GG for Cabal at this point in time. He may just want to throw over his money and his forces. Oh my goodness, the MCV comes out on the front lines, insta-gibbed by the tripods, and that is going to be it. Production facility going down for Cabal. I don't know that he has any production left in this game. No, he does not. He has literally no production left in the game, minus any drops that he may have done on the other side of the map. But Railgun's now down for Butcherr as well. EMP on the Marv from the tripods, but the tripods are taking a lot of damage from these upgraded Mammoth tanks, and Sonic Emitters coming down as well, going to be able to hold the line. So now it's the base push coming out from Butcherr on the left-hand side, but honestly, his ally has been completely cleaned up. Survivorman is still in this game, maybe trying to help his ally in the form of communication as well as beacons, and now the army of, I believe it is JakeWhite, going to be circling around and heading up north, looking to go for that flank onto Butcherr's undefended base. Honestly, could sweep in here and clean up all of the tech and clean up all of the refining here down in the south. That would not be a bad use of those funds. I think he's going to try to come up and defend JakeWhite in this situation, but JakeWhite actually packs up and gets the instant phase field on that drone ship. We do have the Buzzer Swarm support power coming in, going to try to clean up this infantry. Unfortunately, does not get a whole lot with the amount of railguns that are out on the field. I just see red railguns? No, okay, I didn't. I thought for a second there that I saw red railguns, and that would mean heroic railguns, but it's more than likely just some heroic rocket squads. Those guys go heroic very easily, so it's kind of interesting to see the red shots coming out. But Survivorman has thrown in the towel, so it is on Butcherr to hold the lines here 1v2, and we'll have to see if he can do that. Actually, blue shards being upgraded here for JakeWhite, so that's a pretty heavy investment into that, but it's going to make his anti-air capabilities and anti-infantry capabilities just absolutely astonishingly good, and we'll have to see if they can translate that into a cleanup here of Butcherr. Butcherr's actually got a significant amount of economy, but he's actually not being harassed at all in his main base. Sells up the majority of the infrastructure here, realizing probably that he can't defend it. Yeah, he actually is going to get pressured now by, I believe, the forces of JakeWhite. They are going to be coming in, looking to clean up as much as they possibly can. Sonic Emitter is going to be trying to get as many shots off as they can. Also, a Mammoth tank that was hiding around the corner there, going to be trying to clean up as much as he possibly can. And now this army of JakeWhite is just going to roll through this base completely uncontested. Honestly, should clean up all of the tech. You do not want to leave that around. It looks like he's going to instead go for the harvesting And honestly, that's not a bad idea either. Actually, the harvesting may be a more worthwhile venture. See what he chooses to go for in a moment here, but it's looking like Butcherr is looking to put the pressure on himself here. He just wants to roll through this base, and honestly, if he's left uncontested, he's got a decent amount of economy here, so he could lose essentially this entire base and rebuild it at some point if he's able to gain map control, but he could just continue to sweep through the map. So this could get a little bit messy here. Dimityry's actually thrown in the towel, so it's JakeWhite versus Butcherr right now. And Butcherr's forces are completely out of position. I don't know that he's really got anything to defend against this. I mean, he's got a huge amount of infrastructure. Wait a second, did I hear a bomb go off? We've got a commando on the field. Commando coming out for Dimitery. Immediately jump jets over, takes out the tech assembler, and actually gets the kill on the... Wow, okay, that is a worthwhile commando right there. Very cool to see that coming out, and he's microing it very well as we saw the jump jets come out. He's actually not taking any damage either. Marv on the back lines, couple of captured tripods going to be sweeping through here along with the infantry army that is pretty much all heroic at this point. Do we actually have EMP grenades? EMP grenades are done. There's grenadier squads on the front lines. He could honestly just sweep through the map right now. He is going to have to play defense at his expansion here, as we do have a tripod going to be running in, more than likely just thinking that he can probably come in and crush this base. Oh, but now we have all of the infantry here going to be trying to hold the line against these tripods. If a phase field is available, he wants to use that now and get these tripods phased out. But this is looking like it's turning into a bit of a base trade here. Not what I was expecting for game number one. And Butcherr, he's on the back foot right now. He's got a decent-sized army that's sweeping through, but the damage output here from JakeWhite is just immense. And will the infantry be able to hold the lines? They're doing a lot of damage here. And actually, where has the... Wait a second. The commando in this army? I think I hear bombs going off. No, maybe not. The MCV does go down. Gotta try to keep an eye out for that commando. Not quite sure where it ended up. But in the meantime, what else do we have going on here? Looks like this army from Dimitery, or rather from Butcherr, is continuing to sweep through here. It's looking like JakeWhite's base is going to be completely cleaned up in the south. This is an amazing base trade. Does he have any additional structures? There are a couple of structures down here, but they have been spotted here by JakeWhite, and JakeWhite may just be winning the base trade. I think that power plant is literally the only structure left for Butcherr at this point in the game, sending the Marv in, just trying to buy himself enough time. There is a huge base down here in the south, spamming out Shardwalkers, and I don't know that they're going to have enough damage to actually stay in this game. That's going to be it. Butcherr has been defeated, and JakeWhite and Dimitery take game number one. I couldn't have asked for a better game number one. Just an absolutely astounding base trade at the end of the game. Butcherr, despite being down due to the fact that his ally was pretty much crippled and knocked out of the game straight away, he absolutely hit back, punched Dimitery right in the mouth, knocked him off of that field in the north, and then continued to sweep through the entire infrastructure of JakeWhite after the fact. Dimitery, after he throws in the towel, he gives over all of his forces to JakeWhite, and JakeWhite continues to powerhouse through. So these two teams sweeping through either side of the map. Luckily for JakeWhite, the damage output as well as the economy advantage that they had and infrastructure advantage that they had over the top of Cabal really came out on top for them in that game. So excellent, excellent game for game number one, and I really couldn't have asked for a better game number one. Not the best technical engagements, but absolutely great action. So with that said, we're going to be jumping into game number two, and I'm hoping that's going to be bringing some great action, and that's going to be coming right up, so be sure to stay tuned. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 3 round of 16 series, and that brings us to the map Rectropolis. And spawning down in the bottom right corner as the yellow black hand, we have Butcherr. And his teammate just off to the left as the orange black hand, we have Survivorman. And then in the upper left corner as the blue, or rather cyan, GDI, I believe, yes, it's going to be JakeWhite. And then in the upper right corner, rounding out all 4 players as the red-black hand, we have Dimitry. I'm pretty sure I've got the names and stuff right, but let's go ahead and fix that score. So best of 3, it is 1-0. Jake and Dimitry up 1-0 right now. So it's do or die for Cabal and Butcherr. We'll have to see if they can pull this one out. And they're going to be up against Black Hand and GDI. That's a scary force if they get an opportunity to work together. And these guys will more than likely be doing that. I believe it is double Black Hand for Survivor and Butcherman. Or Survivorman and Butcherr. I don't know why I kind of moved the man around. But yeah, that's going to be that. We do have... Ooh, actually, unfortunately did not manage to kill off the Cabal squad before they managed to get into the bunker. That would have been a nice anti-scout there. And that's not going to be happening. So Cabal going to be dealing with a Cabal squad in his base. Or rather, Confessor Cabal squad in his base. Just Harvesters coming out here for Jake on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Dimitry just ecoing up as well. So no crazy early game flame rushes from these guys. Not terribly shocking, but down in the bottom left corner, it's just more and more eco. And then let's take a look at Survivorman. And boy, what a... I'm sorry, no. This is Butcherr. I'm completely wrong. This is Butcherr. Sorry, everybody. I do have the scoreboard right. I was like thinking, okay, I need to move the names back and forth, but I've got the names right. Oh, the MCV actually taking quite a bit of damage from some bikes here from, I believe it is Butcherr at this point. Getting a substantial amount of damage on that construction yard may actually force a Hand of Nod as well as an engineer just to repair that up. It's not that heavily damaged, though. He may not need to worry about it. Though bikes coming in, going to be putting some harassment on these Harvesters, may actually get them to come off of the line. No, actually not going to opt to take that off the line. They should definitely get a Harvester kill here, and that's a full Harvester. That is a nice pickup there. 1 bike goes down, more than likely a second bike going to be going down. Wow, trading a Harvester for 1 bike. That's an absolutely phenomenal trade there for Butcherr, so very well played there, sir. And what else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like JakeWhite was just poking into the base of Cabal, wanting to get a little bit of damage, more than likely using that more so for scouting information. But Dimitry and JakeWhite have spotted this as the rocket squads are streaming across the map, going to be looking to grab some garrisons. So would not be shocked to see some Grenadier squads or maybe some Black Hand squads or even a Flame Tank or 2 out to clear those guys out, because they are going to be a devastating force to deal with. And getting a bit of lag here, not sure if it's the Observer or what the deal is, but we do have a Raider Buggy actually being focused down here. This is kind of irritating. And we do have the Secret Shrine as well, so going to be going for those infantry upgrades. They have been spotted. It looks like actually Cabal decided to drop his Secret Shrine on the other side of the map. And that's actually an interesting mind game, because these guys have pretty similar colors, so this may force these guys to think that Butcherr has actually got infantry upgrades, but more than likely going to be realizing that that's Cabal's, just due to the fact that he's already got a significant amount of infantry on the field, and that would make a lot of sense. And also, he's got the infantry upgrade. Watchtower getting some free shots there, going to turn and focus that down right now. But now the onus is on JakeWhite and Dimitry to hold the line against this infantry force that's streaming forward here from Cabal. Lots of damage coming out. 1 Harvester goes down. More than likely a second Harvester going to be focused down as well. Wants to get out of range of those Watchtowers, but the power is down. The power is down, so even if those Watchtowers were in range, they wouldn't be able to fire anyways. 2 Harvesters do go down. A 3rd Harvester taking quite a bit of damage, going to be pulled off of the line. And while that's pulled off the line, it might as well be dead, because it is useless. And now the Scorpion Tank army from Butcherr actually going to be streaming into the base of Dimitry. So full-on aggression here from Cabal and Butcherr. They don't particularly like the way the last game went, and they are looking to be the aggressors in this game. Cabal opting to go for Black Hand this time around. Obviously wanted to go for that infantry move. And wow, actually really nice move there. It looks like it was a Grenadier squad inside of an APC, going to be instantly clearing out those garrisons. And we'll just give those Grenadier squads a little bit more time on the field so that they can get some damage output. And they're actually managing to clean up a decent amount of infantry. So not something you see every day, but very interesting to see nonetheless. And it's looking like 1 lone Scorpion Tank going to be tasked with de-garrisoning this bunker. So that battle marker is just going to be raging for pretty much ever. Oh, an engineer. Actually, so it looks like the construction yard here from Dimitri has been focused down, forced to be sold off. And now he's down to just a single. Actually, no, he does have double war factory. Has a decent amount of economy as well, but honestly, he needs to produce a another MCV. But now the forces of Butcherr are going to be coming in here looking to go for some snipes on some harvesters. Should get one harvester for free here. More than likely going to be moving in for a second harvester kill as well. And I don't think JakeWhite has even realized this. He does get the full dock on that harvester, but that one's going to go down pretty quickly as it was already heavily damaged. And now those Scorpion tanks are going to cut and run. They got 2 harvesters for their trouble and didn't take any damage in return, so pretty good pickup there. The Scorpion tanks from Dimitri going to be coming out trying to actually put the pressure here onto Cabal and Butcherr, but Butcher's army is in position here, can definitely turn and focus down this force. It looks like JakeWhite's actually invested very heavily into Grenadier squads. I don't know about spending that much money on them. I mean, I guess he could get the EMP nade upgrades, making them just a little bit more worthwhile, but meanwhile, Cabal, he hasn't been doing a whole lot over here. As I say that, he's got a huge amount of bikes in the base of JakeWhite. JakeWhite realizing that there's just no way of coming back. He's going to throw in the towel, give everything over to Dimitri. And, man, this is looking like it's going definitely the other direction from the last game. Cabal and Butcherr being the ones coming out on top this time around. But who knows? Dimitri may be able to pull something out here. He doesn't have an MCV as of yet. May have rebuilt it, though. I haven't seen it. He must realize that he needs to produce more Scorpion tanks at this point. He does have a GDI MCV, and he's likely just still going to produce off of that and just use the double war factory here just to pump out Scorpion tanks. Should be looking to get another MCV over here in the near future. But honestly, the more time that Butcherr and Cabal are left to their devices, they're just going to continue to get an economy advantage over the top of Dimitri, and it's going to be very, very difficult to get back into this game. But yeah, this is looking like a difficult situation. Finally, a Black Hand squad coming out, but does not get the kill because Dimitri has thrown in the towel, and that's going to even up the score 1-1. So powerful game number 2 coming out from Survivorman and Butcherr. They were not pleased with the way the last game went, said they are not going to have any more of it, and bring themselves back in this series. Going to be bringing it to an ace match, and with that said, game number 3 is going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Welcome everybody to game number 3, and that brings us to the map Forgotten Forest. And spawning on the left-hand side as the first member of Team Butcherr and Cabal, as the yellow yellow vanilla nod this time, we have Butcherr. And then his teammate just to the right of him as the orange GDI, we have Survivorman. And then off to the right as the first member of Team Jake has the Dimmy Sauce, as the cyan Reaper 17, we have JakeWhite. And then his teammate, rounding out all 4 players as the red Reaper 17, we have Dimitry. And I just realized I've once again got these names backwards, so give me 1 second here. Okay, that should be fixed now. And so this is a best of 3 series, guys. It is 1-1, so this is the final match of this series. It's going to be determining who moves on and who is gone. And we'll have to see how it turns out. So, interestingly enough, Jake and Dimitry opting to go for the double Reaper 17 again this game. It worked out very well for them in game number 1. They were able to really abuse the stasis shield abilities on Cabal and really set him so far behind that he just had no way of staying in the game. But Butcherr came through really, really powerful in that game, and we'll have to see if maybe he has a good showing this time around. Cabal and Butcherr looking very good in the last game, put the pressure on Jake and Dimitry, did a lot of damage and just forced them out of the game. Very little trouble there actually trying to win that game. So I would say the most decisive victory in this series so far has gone over to Butcherr and Cabal, but Jake and Dimitry definitely looking strong so far today. We'll have to see if they're able to pull something out here in game number 3. And yeah, both of these teams going to be really probably playing pretty safe here. I mean, again, not a huge amount of early game harassment opportunities. Obviously, Nod actually pretty good at early game harass, but we probably won't be seeing that coming out from Butcherr, seeing that he's already gone for the expansion. And in a 2v2 situation, that early harass usually needs to be coordinated with your ally, with them attacking as well. And Cabal being GDI makes it a little bit more difficult to make that cost effective. So not terribly shocking to see these guys going for a more standard eco here. And obviously Jake and Dimitry, they're going to be looking for that late game, going to be looking to get into that tripod army. No cultists or prodigies or anything like that, so not going to be seeing any hexalaming or anything crazy like that. No captures on MCVs or anything like that. So should be an interesting straight up scrin play here. More than likely just going to be seeing lots and lots of tripods. We'll have to see maybe this time around. They may be faced with aircraft here from Cabal. Honestly, I would like to see some Orcas or Firehawks against these guys. Firehawks obviously being very good against scrin factions due to the fact that they can fly in, get the bombs off, and try to the Stratofighter out. But the bombs are really effective due to the fact that there's no laser fencing or sonic fencing from scrin factions, so it makes the bombs very, very effective. Almost a guaranteed kill if you have enough Firehawks. But with that said, they do have very good anti-air capabilities, and I don't know why I've gone on so long about something that may not actually happen. So I apologize, everybody. I've been trying to vamp a little bit here in this downtime, just straight eco play from both teams, and really absolutely no heavy production going just yet. Nobody's really diverged in builds either. We do see a second War Factory coming down for Cabal. Something has been spotted. It looks like it's going to be bikes here. There are some pit bulls out on the field for Cabal as well. So actually there's a decent number of bikes out on the field. Some bike buggy actually moving out for Butcherr. Going to get himself a seeker tank for his trouble. Actually a couple of seeker tanks. So it's looking like they're trying to grab control of this blue Tiberium. And Butcher's actually going to capitalize on that by sending a harvester down here of his own. So that's usually what you end up seeing at this stage in the game. These guys jockeying for map control so that way they can snag that blue Tiberium. And Butcherr being the one to send his stealth harvesters over to grab that. Though the stealth harvester is not going to be all that effective against seeker tanks, just due to the fact that, well, you know, seeker tanks detect stealth. A couple of pit bulls going to get caught out here by the forces of JakeWhite. Actually, none of them go down, so pretty good micro control here from Cabal. Kind of surprising here that maybe Jake didn't want to commit into that. I guess maybe not. He only had 3 seeker tanks and a single Shardwalker, so not exactly the greatest engagement of all time for him. But now we have both a combination of Disintegrators as well as Seeker Tanks going to be moving out here for Dimitry down in the south. Going to be looking to put some pressure here and grab himself some of this blue Tiberium while he's at it. We have a harvester coming across. It doesn't look like there's a harvester on the way. Quite sure what the plan is there. Beacons all over the field. Not sure what they've spotted. Looks like Bike Buggy's still rolling around the map, trying to find something to snipe down. Unfortunately, going to be taking some shots from this charged up Devourer tank, and the Devourer tank gets 3 bikes for its trouble. So that's really nice. Charged up Devourer tank's very, very scary, particularly against bikes. Obviously, they one-shot them. I think actually an uncharged Devourer tank will one-shot it as well. I'm not sure about that, actually. Don't quote me on that. I've been proven wrong recently. I think I said that there was slingshots in Tiberium Wars, and I was wrong on that one. Not terribly shocked. But all the same, we do have some pit bulls here from Cabal actually going to be coming in. Getting a Harvester for their troubles. Going to try to fall back. Unfortunately, actually, the Harvesters here from either JakeWhite... actually, I think those are Dimityry's Harvesters. Going to be taking some fire here from the retreating pit bulls. Now, actually, the pit bulls are in the Tiberian field. They are going to be going down. And wow, actually a massive infantry transition here from Butcherr on the left-hand side, as well as Scorpion tanks. So lots and lots of Tier 1 production here coming out from our left side team, and more than likely going to be seeing a reply from these guys on the right-hand side. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot of Disintegrators and Seeker tanks. This is not something you normally see. Usually would see a quick tech into Mechapeds or something like that. Honestly, I would love to see Mechapeds, very, very strong units, and would be a great harassment opportunity for these guys. But it looks like they're investing very heavily in the frontline tanking army, and they're going to have an army to fight with for sure, as we do see the army of Butcherr managing to move its way down the south of the map. Honestly, he could actually come in here pretty much uncontested. There's really not a lot to hold the lines here. It looks like Dimitery is just now rallying all of his forces down to the south. He does have the superior size army, but I think the damage output and tankability of Butcherr is definitely superior in this situation. Unfortunately, Cabal is set pretty far behind here by JakeWhite flexing his muscle here in the north. He's got complete control of this northern green Tiberian field, and that's actually going to be some nice breathing room for our right side team. But a pretty big engagement here coming out from our from Butcherr and I believe it is Dimitery. Phase field comes off on 3 of the tripods. They're going to be rushing forward looking for the crushes. Forces Butcherr back, and if nothing more, it buys our right side team some time, and they're more than likely going to be losing some infantry as well. Not a whole lot, just a couple of militant squads. Unfortunately, a couple more rocket squads going to be gunned down as well. We'll actually cut the mini-map back on right there. Just wanted to give you guys a quick shot of that huge battle. Not a whole lot happening there. A couple of forces being destroyed, but it looked like it was just going to be Dimitery trying to stall that one out. But an important support power going down. Huge stasis shield. EMP going off on the construction yard. That goes down. War Factory goes down. Cabal has been caught out really, really badly by stasis shield. A repeat stasis shield comes down. Oh my goodness. This guy is going to be hating those stasis shields today, as he has been absolutely wrecked. And Survivorman, the comment, are you effing serious, bro? Yeah, that was devastating. 2 support powers being used on him, and unfortunately, due to the fact that he had clumped all of his units up, that was just itching to happen, and it certainly did happen. 2 of the very hard-hitting support powers here coming out from our right side team, both going to be directed at Cabal, and he loses the majority of his infrastructure there. I believe once again all of his production facilities have been destroyed, so he has a small standing army and some resource gathering equipment, but it's looking like the majority of the forces here from Butcherr have actually been sent to aid his ally. Unfortunately, quite late in this fight. A number of tripods going to be going down here, so I don't know that this is necessarily worth it for JakeWhite. I think he's expended way too many forces. Phase field coming off way too late. Going to be saving only a single avatar and a number of tier 1 units. Should have been using that phase field on the tripods a lot earlier. Now the tripods from Dimitery going to be marching into this base, trying to get some crushes on Harvesters. Can't see them. Does get one as it's docking. Going to be actually focusing down another one as it's docking. Survivorman could not be more upset about this game. He has thrown in the towel. Going to be giving over control to Butcherr, and unfortunately, Butcherr actually doesn't seem to be too fazed by it, just giving out the friendly LOL. And yeah, Cabal has been absolutely obliterated in this match. Unfortunately, took the brunt of the one-click abilities from our right side team, and now it's just this clean sweep here from Dimitery from the right-hand side, and we do actually have JakeWhite counterattacking in the north, so this is looking like it's going to be lights out here for Butcherr any moment, unless he's got some kind of a crazy thing that I don't see. Maybe he's got some commando on the field. As we know, he built that earlier. That was pretty cool to see, and it would have worked out if it wasn't for those meddling kids. But honestly, JakeWhite and Dimitery looking very, very strong in this game. It's looking like it could be going their way. I don't know how Butcher's going to end up holding on. He does have tier 3. He's got obelisks, but honestly, it's this is just going to be putting a band-aid on a bullet hole if he holds on, because he's got a very, very uphill battle to fight here, as we do have a Redeemer engineering facility actually being dropped. He may actually have an opportunity to get that Redeemer out on the field. I don't know that that JakeWhite and Dimitri will actually realize that that's down there for some time. So if he can stall out here, he may be able to get that out on the field. But honestly, the amount of tripods on the field and how tanky they are against the damage output from the Redeemer, I don't know that it's going to be enough. And now this huge army of blue Shardwalkers, as well as the upgraded tripod's going to be strolling through the base here. Both Dimitri and JakeWhite going to be swinging through, should be taking out the tier 3, and if the tier 3 goes down, that's going to be it for the Redeemer, and more than likely will signal the GG coming out from Butcherr. Will that tier 3 be focused down? Oh my goodness, this is going to be close. I don't know that it's going to get out. Oh my goodness, it's so close. Oh, it's going to come down to the last second. Will that come out? Oh my god, it's not going to come out. He's going to cancel it. Oh, it gets EMP'd! It gets EMP'd! And Butcherr, he's just been absolutely butchered at this point in time, selling up everything that he can, and Butcherr has been defeated. JakeWhite and Dimitri taking game number 3 and the series. Oh man, you have to feel it for Survivorman. That was painful to watch. 2 stasis shields dropped on the entire army. Had no way of holding the line against the forces that were being thrown at him, and unfortunately his ally way out of position to be able to assist him anyways, so it just bought JakeWhite tons of free time to kill all of his production, and just made it so that Survivorman had no way of coming back in this game. So unfortunately, Survivorman and Butcherr are going to be departing despite having a good showing here. They brought us to an ace match, so have to commend them for that. But JakeWhite and Dimitri, Team Jake's got the Dimmy sauce. They are coming through with a victory and going to be moving on in this tournament. And with that said, we're probably going to jump into a bracket update very shortly, as I don't think I've given you guys a rundown whatsoever yet today. Yeah, we'll be jumping into that momentarily, so be sure to stay tuned. All right, everybody. Going to be giving you guys a quick bracket rundown as we're about to jump into our next series. These guys have been kind enough to allow me the time to give you guys a lightning quick bracket rundown. So with that said, let's jump straight into it. Not going to get into the specific names of the players unless I know them off the top of my head here. So if you guys are interested, all of the links for this stuff is down in the description of the video. So if you guys want to follow along, you can check out the tournament sign-up topic, which will have all of the team names as well as the breakdowns of who's in those teams. And then also the link for the bracket, which is what we're looking at right now, is available down there as well. So you guys can check that out on your own, and then obviously you can check it out throughout the course of the day today and be getting information. I know that you guys have been giving updates on the score from other portions of the bracket that we haven't seen today, so that's very nice of you. I appreciate you guys providing that info in the chat. That's very, very helpful. But with that said, we started off with a round of 32, so that was actually the round that I think we just watched. That was a best of 3, Team World Champs, which is Andre and Panic versus Team Ultramad. They took a 2-0 there. Not quite sure who Team Ultramad was, but I'm pretty sure they were two good players. Down below that, we had Team The Crystals Are Calling versus Team Get Wrecked. Team Get Wrecked taking a 2-0 there. Down below that, we have Team Friends taking a 2-0 victory over Team Rocky Nola. I'm pretty sure that's Team Rock, or rather Rocky Nola. That's Rock and Granola 17. So unfortunately, they're departing. Team Butcherr Survival and Jake Has the Dimmy Sauce. We just saw that series on the channel, so if you guys are interested in watching those games, if you're just now joining us, you can rewind the stream and check those out. That was an excellent series, went to an ace match, and Team Jake Has the Dimmy Sauce taking the victory there. They're going to be moving on. And then down below that, we have Team DGAFFU versus Team My Body Is Ready, and actually I think that was My Body Is Ready. I'm pretty sure that was Phoenix and Extremizer. I may be wrong. But they took a 2-0 there, so that's going to be Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. And this is actually the series that we're about to jump into, is JakeWhite and Dimitri versus Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. It's probably going to be kind of a one-sided matchup, but hey, maybe we'll see some crazy shenanigans from JakeWhite and Dimitri. They've been playing well today. Looking forward to seeing some more games from them. Team Noir Future, which is Blackheart and Tiberian Future, taking a 2-0 victory over Team Dark Flame. And Team Lag Never Ends versus Team Unknown Maze. Looks like that is actually still underway, so a Maze actually showing up for the tournament. That's pretty nice to see. Down below that, we have Team Sexy Legs taking a 2-0 victory over Team Liquid Bobs. And they're going to be moving on. Team BikeRush taking a 2-0 victory over We Got the Vision. And then they're going to be facing off against Team Sexy Legs. So that should actually be a pretty good matchup, I can imagine. Because I know Team Sexy Legs, I think, is... I'm pretty sure it is Kimosabi and somebody else. I can't remember exactly who. Maybe Death Sentence. I think it is Death Sentence. So that should be a pretty good matchup. Obviously, BikeRush and Wookibert, two very good players, so more than likely going to be giving them the favorite in that situation. But Team 100% World Champs looking very good so far today. They are sitting on a 2-0 victory and going to be looking to get themselves into the quarterfinals. So with that said, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 of this next series coming right up, so be sure to stay tuned. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 3 quarterfinal series here, kicking off on Hurricane Lands and spawning on the right hand side as the first member of Team Jake's Got the Dimity Sauce. As the Rad Traveler 59 this time around, we have Dimitry. And as the Cyan Black Hand to the left of him, we have JakeWhite. And then as the first member of Team Don't Give a Fuck FU, or GGAFFU, as the Blue Traveler 59, the man himself, Masterleaf. That's right. He is here today, and to the left of him, as the Green Black Hand, we have the man DirtyDutch. So DirtyDutch and Masterleaf here versus JakeWhite and Dimitry here on Hurricane Lands game number 1. It is a best of 3, so anybody can drop this game and still come back in the series. And oh boy, it's going to be Disintegrator opening here for Dimitry on the right-hand side. What do we have going on for Masterleaf in the meantime? Disintegrator opening for Masterleaf, so fast legs on the cards for both teams, and more than likely going to be seeing pretty early engagement here. So interesting move. It's looking like Dimitry should be coming in now. Going to be skirting around the edges here. May actually meet up against the Disintegrators of Masterleaf. No, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Masterleaf actually force firing the ground. Realizes now that he needs to kill off a scout. So that is not going to be spotted, or rather, it has been spotted. We do also have a Raider Buggy coming out from JakeWhite, and he's going to be looking to get into the base of DirtyDutch and Masterleaf. Looks like the Tiberium Spike of Masterleaf has been focused down. Looks like DirtyDutch has actually gone tier 2 as well, so going to be seeing flame tanks out on the map. Are they already out on the map? Not quite sure. Could be a Reckoner opening as well. But Reckoner's kind of scary against Traveler 59 due to the fact that one cultist can de-garrison that Reckoner and insta-kill all of those units inside. So it'd be interesting to see how this one shakes out. Looks like JakeWhite has just gone for standard eco play here. Is not going for anything too aggressive. Looks like he wants to play defense here. He does have those Shredder turrets being spammed out as well. Looks like Dimitry did get away with the entirety of his Disintegrator army here. Masterleaf, on the other hand, has taken a bit of damage. A Reckoner actually with 2... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so a Reckoner with 2 Disintegrators this time around and a Flame Tank. So maybe going to be trying to bait out a Cultist here to de-garrison this Reckoner, which would be kind of an overreaction and would give DirtyDutch and Masterleaf a bit of an economy advantage. Another Reckoner coming in here. It is completely ungarrisoned. Interesting. Not quite sure what the plan is with that, but honestly, this is working out pretty well. DirtyDutch getting some free shots on this this War Factory here with his Flame Tank. It does go Elite status, could go Heroic here in the near future. Forces the sell-off of the Refinery from JakeWhite. And where is Dimitry in the meantime? It looks like his entire army has been cleaned up. All of the fast leg Disintegrators have been cleaned up. The Flame Tank goes Heroic. Now that's a huge amount of damage output. Will there be any building blocks for the MCV? MCV packs up, but immediately the Flame Tank goes on a rampage, starts killing some other units. Manages to kill off a couple of Seeker Tanks. Looks like the MCV is actually going to try to micro around the War Factory here and get repairs while it's moving around. Unfortunately, the War Factory does go down. That Heroic Flame Tank still doing absolutely massive amounts of damage. Does finally go down here to a couple of Scorpion Tanks. Does not take out the remaining production structure of JakeWhite. Does force him to sell up all of his structures, though. Don't know what he's got left for economy. Probably very little. And he's been crippled pretty heavily, and honestly, there's been no return damage done to DirtyDutch and Masterleaf, and in the meantime, they have been ecoing behind this. DirtyDutch actually keeping his tier 2 around, so more than likely going to be following up with additional Flame Tanks or additional Reckoners. Second War Factory comes down as well, so actually it may be straight into Dozer Blade Scorpion Tanks. That would be kind of interesting. Reckoner does go down, but immediately de-garrisons the Disintegrators, and they're going to continue to go out on the run now. Where are they going to go? Not quite sure. It looks like JakeWhite's just going to continue to de-garrison these Reckoners as much as he possibly can. Another Flame Tank out. Meanwhile, Masterleaf has been spamming out Disintegrators like it is his job, as we do have double portal Disintegrator spam. Flame Tank going out on its own, honestly, probably doesn't want to go out on its own. It's pretty good against the fast leg Disintegrators, but if those Scorpion Tanks turn and fire on it, they're gonna be able to destroy that very quickly. Huge Disintegrator spam coming out here from Dimitry. Masterleaf, in the meantime, he is just spamming and spamming and spamming and just kind of chilling out. Another Flame Tank coming out from DirtyDutch. Not sure what his plan is with that. more than likely going to be going in for some additional infrastructure damage. It looks like Dimitri has become aware of the flame tank. He's going to try to get some damage on it. His veteran status, due to the fact that Blackhand gets those immediately veteran flame units. And it's looking like that flame tank will be going down without taking out too much. Maybe a disintegrator or two. Actually, heroic disintegrator squads. Wow, actually, there's two. Oh, okay. That's going to be it. So DirtyDutch and Masterleaf taking a convincing game number 1. So I didn't actually see the sell up from those guys, and then it kind of, excuse me, it kind of ended abruptly there while I was in the middle of talking. But yeah, I mean, it was looking very good for Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, taking out the majority of the infrastructure for JakeWhite. It put him in a very difficult situation to come back, and Dimitri just didn't have the units to really counter-harass Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. So, well played. Game number 1 going to be going over to Masterleaf and DirtyDutch in the form of Team DGAF-FU. So they're going to be up they're going to be up 1-0 in this best of 3 series, and game number 2 going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright, everybody, and game number 2 brings us to Forgotten Forest, and spawning on the left-hand side as the red black hand, we have Dimitri. And off to the right of him as the cyan marked of Kane, we have JakeWhite. And then on the right-hand side as the green black hand, we have DirtyDutch. And then rounding out all 4 of our players spawning once again as the pink Traveler 59, the very scary pink Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. So I do need 1 second here to actually get my scoreboard updated, so I do apologize. Let me see here. So we'll get that updated. Pretty sure. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. I think we're almost there. Sorry, everybody. I know this is something I usually do before the game, but they started actually very quickly, and I was not expecting it. I'll try to pan around the map while I'm actually doing this in the meantime. Dealing with a little bit of chat issues, guys. I do apologize. Listen, I'm not involved in dealing with this drama that's been kind of manufactured on Kane's Wrath. So I'm just not going to tolerate it in my chat. I try to stay clear of any of that nonsense. If you want to drive viewers to your channel by doing that, all the power to you. But I'm not going to deal with it in my chat. We're here to have some fun. I'm not interested in squabbling over nonsense essentially. So with that said, I believe I've got the scoreboard correct. So yeah, I do want to apologize to you guys. Obviously, that's not something I wanted to have to do, but it's something I'm going to do all the same. So there we go. There is the scoreboard, and wow, that does not look right. So let's do this. Okay, there we go. That's a lot better. So DirtyDutch and Masterleaf are up 1-0, and I do apologize for wasting my time on that. That is wasting my time, and it frustrates me that I have to waste my time doing stuff like that. But all the same, we're gonna move on. It's been dealt with. We don't have to deal with it anymore. And with that said, we've got rocket squads coming out from DirtyDutch, and do we have flame tanks out on the map? Because he does not have a second refinery down, at least not from what I can tell. Not sure what his plan is here. Okay, so we've got some early aggression here coming out from our left side team in the form of Dimitry and JakeWhite. It looks like it is going to be... Actually, it's probably a mixed force here. These guys are both Nod factions. EMP coming in, going to be able to lock down the Hand of Nod, but that actually gets immediately destroyed, so not too much of an issue. And then what else do we have going on here? You have some seeker tanks out to try to destroy some of these harassing units, but a lot of units have been produced here by our left side team. Lots of bike buggy coming in, going to be trying to get some poke off, and going to be dropping a number of these seeker tanks. Masterleaf pumping out seeker tanks this time around, going to be trying to hold the line. They're pretty good against those bikes, provided that the bikes are not microed extremely well against them. Looking like the bikes are being microed pretty well, but Masterleaf and DirtyDutch are holding the line here. In the meantime, Dimitry and JakeWhite have bought themselves some breathing room. Oh, it looks like it's an all-in here from Dimitry. Just realized that it's a double all-in. Okay, so that's why there's so much production coming out. These guys are completely all-in. So realizing that they want to go really, really heavy aggro here. If DirtyDutch and Masterleaf can hold on, they're going to be in a very good position to take this game and the series. So this was really risky on this map, going double all-in against these two players in this situation. I don't know about that decision. It looks like a stasis chamber is down, going to be going for those fast legs. So a bit of economy being spent on disintegrators that haven't necessarily been able to be put to good use as of yet. We'll have to see if that turns around in the near future. But we have bike buggy rolling around the map here, just going to be cleaning up some additional units. Unfortunately, Dimitry and JakeWhite, the clock is ticking for them. They need to make this double bike buggy all in, really start paying some dividends. I don't know if they've tried to transition out of this by building MCVs in the meantime. No, it doesn't look like that has been the case. One of the war factories, rather, for JakeWhite has actually been sold off. So that is no longer on the map, so his production has been severely limited. Not sure if he's producing another MCV. Yeah, that's more than likely what's coming out. So JakeWhite going to be producing another MCV, going to try to get himself back into this game. I don't know that they've set DirtyDutch and Masterleaf far enough behind. I don't think they got enough Harvester kills to really warrant that number of forces. They got a decent number of trades in their favor, but honestly, DirtyDutch and Masterleaf are looking very, very strong right now. DirtyDutch, he's got a decent amount of economy. He's got some bikes out on the field. Masterleaf spamming out of triple portal disintegrators. Fast legs already upgraded. So the turrets are going to be turned here on our left side team, and now it's going to be up to Dimitry and JakeWhite to hold the line. They are both sitting on one war factory. JakeWhite has only now rebuilt his MCV. The construction yard is out, so it can hold the line potentially with just shredder turret spam, but unfortunately he is marked of Kane, which could potentially work out for him. At least I think he's marked of Kane. Yeah, let me see. Yes, he is in fact marked of Kane, so he could get some EMPs on these bikes and really get some cost-effective trades, but honestly that's just putting a stopgap on it because the disintegrators are going to come in. They're going to clean up the Tiberium spike here, and honestly if they just sweep around and clean up both of the Tiberium spikes, I think that will give them enough of an economy advantage here over the top of what they've already got to really keep themselves in this game. And it looks like actually the majority of the forces here for Dimitry have actually been sent down to the south. They're going to be looking to go for that counter harass, and it's going to be on JakeWhite to hold the line here. And if DirtyDutch and Masterleaf realize this, they're just going to poke in and destroy everything they possibly can. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I thought for a second there that I saw Tib Core upgrade done, but that is not, in fact, the case. Double War Factory, Bike Buggy coming out from DirtyDutch. Masterleaf, in the meantime, looks like he's got those fast legs disintegrators running around. Has he expanded? He has expanded down to the south. It doesn't look like there's any refineries down in this field just yet. A couple of seeker tanks there just to hold the line against any Bike Buggy harassment. Bike Buggy in the north, coming in, from Dimitry. Going to be looking to poke in and kill off some harvesters. If he can get some harvesters, this is going to be a worthwhile raid. He could honestly get the one that's docking. It's going to be a little bit scary going into that field. He does have a couple of raider buggies, so he should be able to kill off a number of those disintegrators, but he's going to take some losses here. Needs to be careful not to get too close with those bikes. He does lose one bike. The raider buggy's actually doing a nice job of cleaning up these disintegrators. Unfortunately, the bike's not using the raider buggies as a defensive move, and now the bikes from DirtyDutch actually responding in kind, and they're going to be able to clean up the majority, actually the remainder of the bikes here from JakeWhite. Actually, it looks like he's going to escape with just a couple here, and I believe those are actually Dimity's bikes. I misspoke there. They were not JakeWhite's. So a refinery down here from both players in the south. Going to be looking to get that economy up and running. What else do we have going on in the meantime? Looking like Masterleaf is trying to flex his muscle here, trying to get out with the disintegrators as well as the seeker tank's going to be rushing forward, going to be looking to do some damage here. But we do have bike buggy as well as some rocket squads here to hold the line. Rocket squad's not going to be particularly good against the disintegrators, but honestly, the Confessor Cabal squads will trade so cost effectively with those guys that it will definitely be a favorable engagement. But now it's going to be up to Masterleaf to find the spot that he can really get in and do some damage. If nothing else, keep Dimitry and Jake hemmed into this northern base so that way they cannot expand down and get some economy rolling on that field. It looks like the expansion has been spotted here from JakeWhite. He has expanded towards the center, realizing that they've been more or less cut off down in the south. It looks like the entire army here from Dimitry has actually rallied down to the south. Looks like he may try to just push his way around, but he's left his MCV pretty much undefended here, and Masterleaf definitely has the speed advantage, can definitely abuse that, and just continue to hold on to that. Excuse me. Continue to hold on to that map control that he has right now. And what else has DirtyDutch been doing in the meantime? We haven't seen a whole lot out from him. Looks like he is still spamming out bikes at this point in time. He is teching as well. He has that tier 2, so maybe seeing a flame tank in the near future. It looks like a couple of bikes, or rather a couple of buggies rolling through the middle of the map. More than likely looking for some scouting information and try to pick off whatever they can here. Actually, no, those are Dimitry. No, JakeWhite's raider buggies. I thought for a second there that they were DirtyDutch's, but they are not. They clean up actually all of the disintegrators with the help of the shredder turrets from Dimitry, and now the seeker tank should go down. Doesn't look like they're going to get a harvester kill. Nice building block coming out from JakeWhite. Going to be able to defend that harvester, and now that harvester needs to get back on the line. Meanwhile, DirtyDutch coming in with a huge bike army, going to be able to clean up that harvester straight away. Almost one-shots it with that number of bikes. Very scary number of bikes. And we do have actually cultists out on the field now for Masterleaf. That's a pretty scary thing to see. Could be stealing away some bikes and at least throwing them back in the faces of Dimitry and JakeWhite. The infantry pretty good against cultists. Honestly, they're not something that you want to be stealing away, but it could just be staving off this army, giving DirtyDutch and Masterleaf an opportunity to really hold the line against this. Looks like they actually are going to run in and try to get some captures on the infantry, getting way too close. That cultist squad looks like it should be able to run away, surprisingly enough, not actually going down. Buzzer Swarm support power comes in on the flank, going to be sweeping in through, gets a decent number of kills there, but not too much. And now the cultists are actually still being used to try to grab away some of these rocket squads, but now the gunwalkers as well as the captured infantry from Dimitry are being used against the forces of JakeWhite and Dimitry here, and that's pretty scary. Looks like actually the raider buggy is going to be trying to come in and kill off these cultists. He's expending a lot of forces to try to kill these off, and actually the cultists are actually being remicroed here by Masterleaf to grab himself some of these raider buggies, and he's just making those cultists pay for themselves, trading so cost effectively, and that's exactly what you need to be doing with those guys. In the meantime, what else do we have coming out for Masterleaf? Do we have tier 3 just yet? Doesn't look like it is out on the field just yet. It may be being built as we speak, or it may be another refinery, not quite sure. We'll have to check in on that in a moment. But pretty much a full sell-off here from DirtyDutch, excuse me. And he's going to be looking to continue to push forward, going to be trying to get some damage out. But honestly, JakeWhite, he's been allowed to harvest pretty effectively on this field, but now losing the majority of his harvesters to the harassing bikes from DirtyDutch in the north. And this is where the high-level play is really starting to shine here. You can see these guys are really exploiting the map pressure game here. All of the map pressure being placed by DirtyDutch and Masterleaf down here in the south, and then DirtyDutch just swings up here in the north with the bikes and harasses the harvesters. That's exactly what you need to be doing, particularly in a situation where you're not trading cost effectively. And these guys are actually trading cost effectively, so it just makes it even that much more beneficial for them. I believe JakeWhite did throw in the towel, so the onus is on Dimitry to hold the line against these guys 1v2, and this is for the entirety of the game. It looks like a fire sale came off on this base, so it's looking like Dimitri is willing to give up control of that center green Tiberium field. Actually, fire sale coming out from Dimitri. Not sure what his plan is here. He didn't actually sell up. No, okay, so he did sell up. He was just given a good luck with the rest of the tourney, and Dimitri and JakeWhite have been defeated. DirtyDutch and Masterleaf taking a convincing game and convincing series 2-0. A solid game from Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, despite being forced to deal with a double all-in from two Nod players. They managed to hold the lines without taking too many losses as far as their harvesters went, and then they were able to get back out on the offensive and just really show that economy advantage in true colors. And Masterleaf being very, very effective with the cultists as usual. He's back in form. It looks like we haven't seen him in recent tournaments, but it doesn't appear to have dropped too much of his skills. So looking forward to seeing these guys playing later on in the tournament. Unfortunate to see Dimitri and JakeWhite disappear from this tournament. They have put on a very good show for us today. The first series that we saw was absolutely great, and I can't complain whatsoever about that. So good games for those guys. Masterleaf and DirtyDutch going to be moving on, and with that said, we're going to be moving into our next series, so be sure to stay tuned. All right, everybody, we're going to be taking a very, very short break as I need to just step away and get out of the heat for a moment. It's about 90 degrees in my room right now. I was looking at the thermometer that I've got in here, and it is extremely important. I can't have my AC running when I'm casting because the AC is so loud. So I'm suffering through this, guys. Suffering through it for you guys. I'm sitting here sweating at my computer, not doing anything. It's pretty embarrassing. I feel like one of those neckbeard guys that, you know, sits at his computer and just types away all day, but I'm definitely not one of those guys. I just want to make that clear. But with that said, I just wanted to, I just took a look through the chat, and I just wanted to take a moment to apologize for having to do what I just did in the last game where I had to remove somebody from the chat. I'm not even going to get into who it was. You guys know who it was. I'm not looking to exacerbate this at all. I have no interest in dealing with any of this drama stuff that's been fabricated by one side of the equation here. And if he wants to do that, that's perfectly fine. But I'm not going to tolerate it whatsoever in my videos. I'm not going to tolerate it in my chat. You guys are here to see Kane's Wrath gameplay. If you want the nonsensical, argument that's been created by another party, by all means, go and enjoy that on his channel. He's got a great channel. He's got some great videos. I mean, I can't stress enough that his casts are really good, but I'm just not going to tolerate it in my chat. So I apologize for having to do that, but it's one of those things where I try to let it go, and I try to let it go, but once I see more and more of it just being spammed out, I just don't want to tolerate it. And I know if I don't want to tolerate it, I know you guys don't want to tolerate it. So I appreciate you guys being supportive of that. I looked through the comments really quickly, and it didn't look like there was really any outcry against the decision, so I appreciate that. I mean, it would have happened regardless whether you guys support it or not, but it's just something that I have no interest in dealing with. So with that said, that's going to be the last thing that I say on the matter, because honestly, we don't have to deal with it in chat anymore. And I've also given moderation powers to somebody in the chat. So I've mentioned to use them sparingly, that it's not going to be something that we're going to be dishing out, you know, removals from the chat constant basis. But, you know, if advertisements come up in the chat, not necessarily for Kane's Wrath events, that's perfectly fine. But, you know, if advertisements, or if there's, you know, very negative negative comments in the chat that are just spammed out negative and nonsensical information, not going to tolerate it. So they do have the power, so keep that in mind. I guess spam out your nonsense in a very sparing manner, and hope for the best. I've given these guys the controls, and it's up to them to do what they can with it. But again, I appreciate the support, everybody. That's going to be my final remark on the matter. And with that said, we're going to be taking a very short break. I'm going to be grabbing a drink, and I'll be right back. All right, so I am back now. I hope you guys have all enjoyed the new music. I think that's really cool. I love that guy, Little V. He's been. I've just kind of caught him. I was watching the co-optional podcast from Total Biscuit, and I caught one of these songs, like the tail end of the song, and I was like, "Wow, that's great music. Let me look this guy up." And sure enough, he's one of those artists that provides music available for YouTube videos, provided that you give him credit. So it's pretty cool. So if you guys get a chance, be sure to check him out. Also check out Zircon down in the link in the description. Definitely worth checking out. These guys are amazing artists, have supplied the majority of the music, actually all of the music for my channel. Probably unknowingly, but all the same, they're going to get the credit they deserve because it's absolutely great. But with that said, I've got my spiel out of the way. And it looks like there aren't any games in the lobby, so I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a bracket rundown while we're waiting for the next series of games, and then as it becomes available, we're going to jump right into it. So let's see here. I should be able to get the bracket up. There we go. So bracket is up. Let's take a look down the scoreboard here. Okay, so I did refresh it. I don't know if maybe some of these games are still underway, but oh, this is going to be a good game. So let's start from, let's say, the round of 16. So Team World Champs, they did get a bye there. We've got kind of an interesting bracket this time around. The byes are kind of in weird spots just due to the fact that we had a odd number of teams. So we kind of had to finagle the bracket a little bit differently. So big props to Phantom and Toxic Shock for getting that taken care of. Team World Champs, they're going to get a 2-0 out of the free win. Team Get Wrecked and Team Friends facing off currently, and then they will be facing off against Team World Champs. I'm not sure if maybe that series is already done and World Champs are already underway. Honestly, not sure. I'll have to check in on that in a few minutes. And then we just saw the series of Jake has the Demi Sauce versus Team DGAF FU. DirtyDutch and Masterleaf taking the 2-0 there, and going to be moving on to face off against the victor of this series here. And then down below that, we have Team Noir Future, which is Team Blackheart and Tiberian Future versus Team Lag Never Ends, taking a 2-0 there. So they're off to face off against Team BikeRush, who took a 2-0 over Sexy Legs. And that's actually going to be a good series as well. So Blackheart and Tiberian Future, both very good players. Blackheart is actually a name that's become more and more familiar on my channel. We've been seeing him get into the later stages of the tournaments and actually playing very well. That's a player that I'm not terribly familiar with. I don't know that I've ever seen a game cast of him. I'm not sure if he goes by another name, but he's been doing very well in recent days. And wow, I was watching the stream here. I saw my screen flashing like crazy. It must have been when I was switching out of full screen. But anyways, so yeah, we're just kind of waiting right now for a game to come into the lobby. I will jump in. I don't care if it's mid-series or what have you, but semifinals that will be coming up, they will transition to a best of 5. So we've been seeing best of 3, so we'll be seeing some longer series, a minimum of 3 games coming up very soon. So we've seen some excellent games so far today. Cannot complain. The first series that we saw was probably the best that we've seen all day, which was Team Jake has the Demi Sauce versus Team Butcherr Survival. That went to an ace match, was an absolutely epic series. And against, it's 2 sets of players that maybe don't get as much recognition in videos as they probably should. So that was actually a really good series. If you have a chance, if you're waiting, just rewind the stream and check those games out if you didn't get to catch them live. And then, yeah, we're going to be jumping into our next series momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 5 semifinal series for the Kane's Wrath 2 vs 2 Championship $500 tournament. And that brings us to the map Forgotten Forest, and spawning on the right hand side as the first member of Team Friends as the red black hand, we have Bonus. And his teammate, probably one of the best known names in Kane's Wrath as the Cyan Traveler 59, we have Unleashed. And on the left-hand side, as the first member of Team World Champs, as the green Vanilla Nod, we have Andre. And then his teammate and good close friend, as the blue GDI, we have Panic. So Team World Champs versus Team Friends here, game number 1. So this is a best of 5 series. Should be very, very interesting to see how this one shakes out. Very much looking forward to it. Actually, let me confirm that it is a best of 5. Yes, no, this is a best of 3. Sorry, everybody. It is a best of 3. I stand corrected. I'm glad I checked that because that would have been very silly to find that out later on. So this is a best of 3. Very, very interesting matchup. 2 of arguably the strongest teams in the game, and that just shows you where we're at in the bracket and who's left at this point. It's just good players left. And not to say that anybody was bad. Obviously, we've seen some fantastic games today, and maybe from some players that we didn't necessarily expect to see absolutely astonishing games from, but we saw them all the same, and it's looking like Fast Leg Disintegrators from Unleashed not necessarily getting a huge amount of trades here, at least not in their favor. Going to be taking some losses there. The Raider Buggy's still taking some damage. Looks like we do have an APC out as well from Panic. Going to be trying to defend his Tiberium Spike, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. I very much doubt that he's going to be able to get into range. May be able to clean up those Disintegrators in the meantime, but honestly, Unleashed will probably just kite away from that. May have actually just saved his Tiberium Spike. He did! Oh, very, very nice move there from Panic with the instant APC move. Gets the move from the Disintegrators there and forces them away from the Tiberium Spike. That's pretty massive. I know Unleashed loves to control the Tiberium Spike game. He realizes how important it is. Being a veteran of the game, he wants to have complete control of that, but it looks like Bonus is actually going to be sending out a flame tank through the middle of the map. This appears to have been completely unscouted as it's going to get into the base of Panic, and he should be able to get in very close and get some free shots off onto this refinery. It looks like he's actually going to flame down one of the power plants. No, he's actually going to turn sights on the refinery. Going to try to pump out an engineer to save this, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it in time. No, he's not going to be able to. Predator tank as well as the... oh, actually, no. I thought for a second there that the Disintegrators were a friendly of the Predator tank. But, oh, a Reckoner coming in dodges the building block from Panic, and now Panic is taking Reckoner damage as well. Going to be losing his War Factory. That's pretty massive. Has lost a refinery as well as his War Factory. Potentially could lose another refinery here. That would be devastating. If he loses this refinery, that's probably GG. Oh, this is going to be so close. Needs to de-garrison right now. Does get the de-garrison. Will he get the kill? He gets the kill! Another refinery does go down, but 2 refineries and a War Factory. Panic is way behind in this game. In the meantime, it looks like... Okay, for a second there, I thought for a moment that Bonus was in fact all in, but he is not all in. It is just an expansion down to the south. Double War Factory here coming out from Andre, realizing that he needs to put on some pressure and he needs to do it now. In the meantime, Unleashed is continuing to mass up to those Disintegrators, taking a page out of Masterleaf's book here, just spamming out those Dissents. Honestly, we haven't seen a whole lot of this play in recent tournaments, and I'm liking what I'm seeing here. It's bringing back some old memories here of these players and how they used to play, and it's nice to see some games with these guys and more Disintegrators being used. Traveler 59, a very powerful faction and something that hasn't necessarily been represented too well in recent tournaments. Coming through very, very strong today. We'll have to see if Unleashed is able to make this work. It doesn't look like he wants to commit into that watchtower. Smart move there, as there are a number of militant squads there as well. He's going to try to pick off a couple of errant units that are just on the outskirts. Disintegrators actually have pretty good kiting capabilities. Actually, the Raider Buggy's doing a nice job of staying out of range. One Raider Buggy does go down. What's going on the other side of the map? We do have some bikes that have come out from Andre, going to be trying to put some pressure on down in the south. Bonus has actually got some bikes of his own, going to be holding the line here and should be able to hold it no problem. There's a couple of Scorpion tanks that have actually rolled all the way across the map, going to be coming in, should be taking out bike after bike, no problem at all. May force a portal drop here from Unleashed to try to hold the line. It actually looks like it is going to be Shredder turrets, so probably going to be sold off to get out the the Confessor Cabal squad. Doesn't appear as though that's the case, though. It looks like there is a portal drop. Going to be seeing some Disintegrators coming out on the front lines, and they should be able to hold the line here. A couple of Secret Tanks coming down as well from Unleashed, so nice team play there coming out from these guys. Going to be defending against those harassing units. And what else do we have going on in the meantime? We do have APCs rolling through the middle of the map here for Panic, but it looks like he's going to fall back. MCB has pushed forward, so that means that he's probably going to expand outward. May want to get himself some build radius out here to drop some defenses, realizing that he's probably going to get harassed here by Disintegrators, and doesn't necessarily want his base to be harassed too heavily here. And the APC is actually doing a nice job of cleaning up. The Disintegrators do lose one APC, but they're going to be able to turn sights on the Seeker tanks. And actually that Predator tank going pretty low. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the kill on that. Actually, the Scorpion tanks will likely push forward and get the final remaining shots on that. Looks like there were some micro mistakes here from Panic. That one will go down. Predator tanks coming out from Panic on the left-hand side. They're going to be headed up to join the fight. Meanwhile, we have Disintegrators in the north coming out from Unleashed. He's going to be looking to go for a bit of a counterattack in the north. Unfortunately, being forced to fire on a Shredder turret. Watchtower down as well. It looks like there is an air tower for Andre, so he should be able to get some Venoms out, as he is not Black Hand this time around. So Venoms could actually be pretty good against the Disintegrators and Cultists, and obviously against the inevitable Prodigy that's going to come out from Unleashed. Doesn't look like Unleashed has teched just yet, at least not that I can tell. He does have Tier 2, but no Tier 3 to speak of just yet. And it looks like it is likewise for bonus as well. So interesting sets of choices here from these players. We do have a large number of Seeker tanks coming in from Unleashed. He doesn't seem to be too fussed about taking cost-effective trades here. He's just going to send the entire Seeker tank army through the entire base, just fire on whatever he can possibly get, and do some damage up here, maybe force a response out from these players in the north. But actually, the random base defenses around the map, as well as the scattered forces here from Andre, should be able to hold the line. They're going to force those Seeker tanks back, and actually, it looks like Unleashed has kind of thrown those Seeker tanks away. Large Disintegrator army coming in here in the on the right-hand side, but Hammerheads have managed to find them out, and AP ammo is done, so he's going to be able to shred through those Disintegrators like it is nothing. Anti-air turrets being dropped here by our team friends, and that should be enough to keep those Hammerheads at bay, but they've cleaned up a decent number of Disintegrators, already paying for themselves most likely, though they are a pretty costly investment. We do have an air tower down for Unleashed as well, so I mean he could potentially lose his drone platform and still stay in the game. And what else do we have going on here? It looks like he does have a Tier 3 as well, so maybe going to be seeing a Warp Chasm here in the near future. That would honestly be very good. It looks like he has dropped his Stasis Chamber again, so more than likely going to be going for a Prodigy. Not be terribly shocked to see that. And laser capacitor upgrades done for Andre, going to be coming in, putting a lot of pressure here onto the forces of Unleashed. These Raider buggies with the laser upgrades are actually very, very good at killing off Seeker tanks, and we'll at least be able to stand toe-to-toe with them. And the Scorpion tanks with dozer blades and laser capacitors are pretty tanky and have a decent amount of DPS, but unfortunately they do not stand up to tripods, and that's what is out on the field now for DirtyDutch, or I'm sorry, not for DirtyDutch, but for Unleashed. Not sure where DirtyDutch came from. Bonus, he's got Scorpion tanks, but he is Black Hand, so he only has the Dozer Blade upgrade to grab on those guys, and will not be able to get any laser capacitors. Wow, that was actually a visual glitch. That Redeemer coming out on the field here for Andre, going to be looking to jockey for position on this middle green Tiberium field. This is going to be likely the next point of engagement here for these two teams. They realize that they're starting to starve out their economy, want to make sure to grab that map control now, as opposed to waiting for too long. Redeemer on the front line should be able to tank quite a bit of damage, and also the Predator tank army here from Panic. But Temporal Wormhole comes in from Unleashed. Honestly, this would have been a great spot for a stasis shield if there was one, but with Traveler 59 you do not have access to that. Rage Gen does go off, going to be preventing that tripod from being microed forward to get an EMP off on the Redeemer, but that Redeemer is going to fall back. It looks like the Redeemer of Bonus is going to come in, get a Rage Gen, and he should actually get all of the Predator tanks, so that's actually going to deal a decent amount of damage to those guys. That's very unfortunate. You don't want to be seeing all of your units taking damage for free. Prodigy comes in, tries to get a mind control off on something. It looks like he just went for the area mind control, drops a couple of those Predator tanks, and they're just trying to thin the forces here of Team World Champs. And it looks like actually Spectre Artillery going to be coming out for Andre, Just going to be focusing down whatever he can on the front lines, and those Spectre artillery just have such significant range advantage over all of these units, and they'll be able to fire from very, very long distance. It looks like he's actually focus firing the ground and forces the sell-off of that power plant, realizing that there's just no way to deal with that artillery advantage that they have. The Hexpod is out on the field. It has double disintegrator as well as the single shock trooper upgrade. So it does have a little bit of anti-air capabilities, but it's taking a lot of damage from the Predator tanks as well as the obelisks. So needs to be a little bit careful here not to take too much damage. Doesn't have any Corruptor support just yet, so needs to be very careful there. But it looks like the Scorpion tank army here has been caught out by the Hammerheads from Panic. And bonus, we're going to be taking some losses here. It looks like actually Panic doesn't necessarily want to commit into this, so smart move there not to overextend into those forces. And the Prodigy came in, managed to grab himself the MCV, and it looked like Unleashed actually packed that up trying to get away, and he was not able to. Maybe just tried to pack it up so that they destroy it a little bit quicker. And oh man, huge amount of Venoms going down there. Not quite sure what just hit those guys. It may have been a support power, but honestly, that was pretty devastating. Looks like it's going to be an epic unit fight here on the front lines as these guys just tank out the damage. And Rage Gen coming off from Andre on the left-hand side. It's just a straight-up slugfest as we see Panic's Marv coming out on the front lines now. Zone Trooper is going to be dropping into those guys as well. Going to be looking to get that extra damage output. May see some more Zone Troopers or some engineers to grab those additional repairs. And this is getting to be a messy fight. Phase Field goes off on the Redeemer as it goes extremely low on HP. Wow, that's so low. And we do have Devastator warships over the top of this for Unleashed. No anti-air out from our left side team, so it's going to get free shots on these forces. Honestly, could focus down the base defenses or the Juggernauts. It would be pretty good either way. And it looks like actually the engagement has extended all the way down to the south. It looks like actually the Predator tanks of Panic coming all the way down to the south, going to be looking to get some damage off. But now the SAM turret placement here from Andre going to be able to get pretty significant damage out as we do see the Redeemer engineering facility go down. Though the Redeemer is already out on the field, we do actually have the radar jamming missile coming out, I believe, from our left side team. At least I believe it's from them. Let me just see if I can find the... oh, I don't see it. No, maybe not. Okay, so actually Andre in the meantime has expanded up to the north. It doesn't look like that's been scouted at all, or maybe our right side team doesn't necessarily want to commit into it, but I would say the artillery advantage right now is definitely in favor of Team World Champs. Looking pretty good for them, though the Redeemer has gone pretty low here for Andre. So the Redeemer is tanking the majority of the damage, but the Spectre artillery now coming in, and they're going to get some free damage off. Looks like they're going to try to drop the Warp Chasm before the next Hexpod comes out. And will that actually go down? It looks like that will go down. Oh my god, the shots are going to be so close. It goes down. The Hexapod is denied. Great move there from Andre to drop that down. Very, very good control, and managed to get it in the nick of time. And now we have the Raider Buggies coming forward. I believe they actually have EMP coils as well, so fully upgraded Raider Buggies could come forward and actually get some EMPs off on the Annihilator tripods, but looks like instead they're just going to continue to tank damage. Don't seem to be too focused on flexing their muscle just yet. But yeah, this is looking very good for Team World Champs so far. Unleashed, though, not quite sure what he's got up his sleeve. He's always got some kind of crazy shenanigan up his sleeve, and is never willing to tap out. So he does still have a portal down here. He does have the full build. He has his Prodigy out on the field. Prodigy actually taking a little bit of damage. He's going to fall back now. And I thought I heard another support power. Not quite sure what it was. But it looks like actually the Redeemer here of Andre has been stealthed. So very interesting. Rage Gen coming off from the Redeemer off on the right-hand side. Actually going to be getting that Marv quite low on HP as I actually the Marv held its own pretty well against its own forces. Managed to drop a couple of Raider Buggies. But now the Marv is on its own. It does have the Redeemer as support coming from the back lines. It is stealthed as well, so he can kill off all his infantry very quickly. May want to just go for a quick Rage Gen if it's still available. Just prevent these guys from getting away. Yeah, he's going to get the Rage Gen. They were given a movement order already. Wow, huge EMP coming off from Andre. Gets the Redeemer, gets pretty much nothing else because it's all just infantry there. But the Marv coming forward here from Panic. It is veteran, so it's going to be able to do a lot of damage, and it's in very close to those railgun turrets. Going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. Goes elite, and we do have the support from the Redeemer of Andre on the back lines. The Redeemer of of Bonus goes down, and now it is looking all but certain to be going World Champs away here. We do have some Storm Riders coming out from Unleashed in the meantime, though he has been largely set back due to the fact that he lost his Hexapod and then also lost the Warp Chasm as he was rebuilding it. Though he got the resurgence of cash from that being destroyed and not being produced. So maybe he has put that into triple gravity stabilizer Storm Rider. Very interesting transition to say the least. Not necessarily what I would have thought of, but very, very interesting all the same. Looks like this field has been pretty much abandoned here by World Champs. They're just trying to hold on to control here. A couple of Firehawks going to be patrolling around, dealing with any aircraft that are flying around. But we do have a huge infantry army here coming out from Andre in the north, joined by a lone Avatar that's going to be leading the charge, and that's going to be sweeping through to the base of Unleashed momentarily. Should be actually a pretty good force. Just needs to be careful of the building block buzzer hives. That could be a very devastating force from Unleashed. Looks like these forces are going to come in now. Looks like actually Andre has sent his Redeemer up to join this battle as well. It is stealth, so they don't know that it's necessarily here just yet. And wow, actually immediately teleports the drone platform away. Great control from Unleashed to save that. Doesn't have to sell it off, doesn't have to lose it. And his Prodigy is actually just chilling out on some Tiberium, trying to get some repairs. Meanwhile, the Elite Marv from Panic could be going down here. Another rocket volley comes in from Bonus, and that goes down, sends one of the Storm Riders to Elite status straight away. Almost went heroic there. And the Prodigy does go down, but this has been devastating losses here for Panic. He's losing the entirety of his army, as we did see as we saw the Marv, as well as the supporting units actually going down. GG actually coming in from Bonus. He's going to throw in the towel, and this is looking like it's going to be it for Team Friends, as Unleashed is the only one remaining in this game. He has a very, very small standing army, as we can only see some rocket squads being spammed out. He's spammed out 3 engineers, not quite sure what his plan is. Andre actually calling the GG as well. It doesn't look like Unleashed is ready to throw the towel in. Okay, so he does now, and that's going to be it. Game number 1, go over to Team World Champs. And very, very powerful game number 1 coming out from World Champs. It was looking very good for both sides there for a while, but World Champs just showing that they're a little bit more in sync as they put a lot of pressure on that southern field and just allowed Andre to harvest uncontested up north. Didn't even look like Panic really invested any infrastructure in getting his economy established up there either. Just let Andre kind of run wild up there. And meanwhile, he got his Marv up to Elite. Almost went heroic, but unfortunately was focused down. But very good game number 1. Can't really complain too much. Forgotten Forest, obviously a good map, brings out games like that. And with that said, we're going to be brought to game number 2 momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around.
Game 2, start.
Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 3 series, and that brings us to the map Wasteland Dam. And spawning on the left hand side is the first member of Team World Champs. As the blue GDI, we have Panic. And his teammate just off to the right of him as the green Vanilla Nod once again, we have Andre. And then as the first member of Team Friends, as the purple GDI, we have Bonus Roo. Then the man himself spawning in the north as the pink Traveler 59, we have Unleashed. Team World Champs is up 1-0 in this best of 3 series, can potentially get themselves a 2-0 here if they win this game. It is the map choice of Unleashed and Bonus, so we'll have to see if they have something specific in mind. Unfortunately, Andre actually losing a decent number of his militant squads, or rather his militant squad members, to the Tiberium there. That's a little bit unfortunate. We do actually have a rifleman squad here coming in from the south. Immediately spots that bunker and falls back. The control that these guys have is just fantastic, so can't say much more about that. But we do have fast leg disintegrators coming out from Unleashed here in the north, and he does have an assimilator in tow, and he's more than likely going to be able to get the kill on this rifleman squad. Yeah, it did not dig a foxhole, so be able to tank a little bit more damage, and he should be able to grab that Tiberium spike pretty much uncontested. It looks like there is a rifleman squad coming in from the north, going to try to get the kill, but honestly the fast leg assimilator is just too fast, and yeah, I think he's realized that, and he's just going to send it up to the north. Meanwhile, Unleashed doing his patented control of the Tiberium spike's game here. He's going to actually kill off the Tiberium spike of Panic here on the left hand side, and that's going to put him at a little bit of an advantage. Will he actually get the kill? Yes, he does get the kill this time around. We'll have to see if he can turn that into a victory. And another APC with a garrisoned rifleman squad going to be joining the battle up there. Going to be looking to clean up the remainder of those disintegrators, just preventing them from doing too much more damage. Needs to be careful though, as MCV's on the move. They could come in and do quite a bit of damage if they get some free shots. Disintegrators though, Unleashed, he's just sending them around. He's just flexing that map control early on. He is a bit behind in terms of economy just because he opened up with the disintegrators, but that's okay. I think he's going to be able to hold on to map control for a little while with those forces, though the APC is giving chase. It is very slow, and Shredder turret being dropped on the front lines here for Andre. Unfortunately, it was powered down straight away, and more than likely going to see that sold off momentarily. But very interesting to say the least to see Andre going for Vanilla Nod this time, or rather at all. It seems like these guys have maybe been working things out. I know players have been playing a lot of practice games coming up to this tournament, and obviously we had the 2 versus 2 warm-up tournament, I think 2 weeks ago as well, so maybe these guys have got a tried and true method here with GDI and Nod. It's nice to see the base factions getting played, and Nod in particular, just because you don't see it all that frequently, at least not in normal play, at least not from what I've seen. I mean, people certainly play it, but it's just not all that frequent in comparison to like Blackhand and GDI and things like that. But this is just straight eco play from these guys. Nothing crazy. I mean, Disintegrator opening here from Unleashed was really probably the most divergent of the build orders here. But it looks like a second War Factory going to be coming down from Panic, and more than likely going to be going for some APCs to try to deal with the inevitable Disintegrators here. Looks like he was going for Fanciest Base as well. As we can see, he's placed both of his refineries as well as his power plants in a nice position. That's actually a really nice positioning as well, because it potentially adds a building block of its own from any harassing units from Bonus if he chooses to go for them. Looks like he is going to come in now, and he's going to get a little bit of damage here on the Harvesters in the form of the Pit Bulls, but honestly I don't think it's going to be enough. He may get one Harvester for his trouble. Actually, the Disintegrator's coming in as well, going to be joining the battle. Harvester's actually tanking the damage, and one Harvester does go down. He's going to continue to chase with the Pit Bulls here. And will he actually get another Harvester kill? It looks like he may just indeed get another Harvester kill. I think one more volley should finish it. Yeah, actually 2 more volleys did in fact kill that off. So a decent number of Harvester kills there for Bonus. I'm sure he's going to be pretty happy with that. And I thought for a second there that Bonus was actually a Nod faction, but he is a GDI faction this time around, and I think he's actually straight up GDI. Yeah, he is. So interesting to see that coming out from him, as we did see Blackhand in the last game. He made that Flame Rush work very well, but it turned against them pretty quickly. So Tier 3 actually done for Bonus very, very quickly. He's not been harassed at all, and he's been given a lot of opportunity to really breathe in this game. Actually, nice mine drop there from from Panic to fall back here. Going to be keeping his units alive, namely the Predator tanks. Did not necessarily want to be expending those guys if he can avoid it. And now Unleashed is going to choose to retarget here with his forces. He does have a number of disintegrators as well as a couple of gunwalkers that are kind of scattered around. Number of pitbulls here, going to be actually taking some fire from the obelisk, as we do see Andre is up to tier 3 as well. And the small tier 1 army here from Unleashed is actually going to be falling back. We do have a beacon coming out. It looks like the Predator tank army has been spotted. A Shatterer tank actually joining the ranks as well. Would not be surprised to see more of those. Will be pretty good against pretty much anything these guys put together. Actually, a Marv going to be coming out straight away here for bonus on the right-hand side. Very interesting. That's going to be a very, very quick Marv. May actually catch these guys a little bit off guard. I don't know if they've got vision of this or not. Panic does have that radar scan ability, so he may actually have already seen that, but honestly not sure. I haven't seen too many engagements actually occurring on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, we do actually have Panic taking the fight to our right side team. As we can see, he's actually going to choose to fall back now. Actually, that number of gunwalkers, he could easily come through and destroy that without too much trouble whatsoever. Actually, the APMO APC is doing a nice job on their own. That one APC more than likely going to be going down. Drops a minefield, but now we have Juggernauts on the back lines as well. Marv out on the field for bonus. Immediately has 2 zone troopers garrisoned inside of it as well. We'll have to see if he follows up with a couple of engineers or some more zone troopers. It looks like it is going to be more zone troopers. Not a bad idea whatsoever. Disintegrator is actually being focused down here by the APMO APCs, and this is actually a very scary looking force here for Unleashed to deal with. He doesn't really have a whole lot to speak of to deal with this, and I don't know what he's been doing in the meantime. I don't know what happened to him where he is so far behind, but we do actually see the forces of Panic going to be exploiting this weakness here in Unleashed army, and he's going to continue to push forward. Gets a lot of damage on the Harvesters, is getting pretty much free shots with the Shatterer tanks, taking a little bit of damage in return, but very, very much putting the aggression on to Unleashed. In the meantime, we actually see Bravo has been very aggressive here, has sent his Marv forward, is trying to Marvis this field out. But we actually see Vertigo bombers coming out from Andre. Going to be looking to put some pain on that Marv. Should be seeing that flying over the top right now and actually bombing that Marv. Yeah. No, actually he's going to choose not to. He's going to bomb the Pitbulls instead. Interesting move. He may actually lose a Vertigo to there. No, he does not lose it, but Marv could actually just rush forward and kill off that air tower. And that Marv with quad rail, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. EMP comes off from Andre, as he does have the EMP buggy upgrade, but not shockwave artillery, but orbital bombardment coming out from Bravo 3, or Bravo 3. Jesus, I don't know what's going on with the cast right now. Bonus dropping that support power, going to be able to drop down the air tower, and actually we did see that remaining Vertigo bomber being dropped just due to the fact that it was that it had nowhere to land and it didn't have any ammo. So Bonus is looking very, very good right now. He has a supporting rig here in the form of a battle base. He's actually going to be forcing Andre completely off of this base. Meanwhile, it looks like Panic's army in the north was actually completely cleaned up here, though he has done a significant amount of damage to Unleashed. He set him pretty far behind. Unleashed does have tier 3. He set it way far back, going to be trying to defend that, though it is going to be susceptible to Firehawk bombardment later in the game, or even Vertigos flying all the way around, though it will take a significant number of them. Shockwave artillery actually coming off. Looks like they managed to lock down a couple of refineries as well as the operations center and an avatar. So it's looking like Panic's actually going to have to cut and run with his Juggernaut army. No, he's going to turn and fight. Okay, EMP coming off from Andre. That's an epic EMP. He's going to get the Marv for his troubles. Great move there from Andre to get that EMP, and very nice. Oh my god, he's going to get all the Juggernauts too. This is critical, and it's just absolutely devastating. The Juggernauts just raining death and destruction down on these forces. Absolutely fantastic EMPs coming out from Andre, and all of these Juggernauts from Panic will survive, and he's managed to hold the line for his ally here, at least for the time being. I did see sniper teams out on the field as well, so that's pretty interesting. Most likely to deal with any prodigies or infantry that are on the field, and also gives them the ability to fire on, rather bombard targets. So that will be interesting to see if that ends up being the case. It looks like that sniper team is being left behind. It looks like it was called in from a support power, as it does have that veteran rank. Huge number of pit bulls here from Bonus. I keep wanting to call him Bravo for some reason. They're going to be coming in here, and they should be able to clean up the Scorpion tank from Andre. It looks like it was just in here as some scouting information. Did poke a little bit of damage onto the construction yard, but not too much to be worried about. Construction yard gets EMP'd. The hammerheads are coming in to fire on it, but unfortunately the Annihilator tripod will be focused down and not going to be able to kill that construction yard. It looks like he was actually going for a crush on the harvesters as well. Whoa! Supersonic airstrike coming in, drops all of the hammerheads. That was absolutely crucial, and that's going to be a devastating loss here for Panic, as he now has the forces of Unleashed in his base in the form of Mechapedes. Going to be doing lots of economy harassment, going to be pretty much free to kill off as many harvesters as they want. And this is actually looking very, very bad here for Team World Champs. It could be sending us to an ace match. We do actually have the Reclamator hub being dropped on the front lines here for Panic. Doesn't appear as though he's actually producing anything off of it just yet. Actually, it looks like the Mechapedes they have been staved off, taking quite a bit of damage here from the artillery from Panic, but Unleashed, he's still got 3 alive, and he's got pretty much free reign to do whatever he wants here. Drops a lightning spike as well. Looks like he's going to commit to killing off these harvesters. That's actually not a bad idea at all, as we do have Pitbulls continuing to try to find raiding opportunities down in the south for Bravo 3. So this is looking like it's a Team of Friends game to throw away if they so choose. And now we have the artillery here from Panic, more than likely going to be firing on that bunker, just denying that additional vision there from Unleashed. Not quite sure what's down here. Okay, so it's the Tiberium Spike. That's going to be captured here by the engineer that's going to pop out inevitably from Panic. We do have the Pitbulls actually coming up to the north. It looks like Bonus is going to look for an opportunity here to do some damage. I've never actually seen the Pitbulls, or never seen any units actually take this pathway. I didn't realize that it was actual terrain that you could pass through, but it kind of makes sense. Very, very cool map, to say the least, as we do have more harvesters going down, as I believe they are auto-harvesting. But now the Pitbulls do need to fall back here. The Rocket Squad's going to be able to do a lot of damage. They can kite out the Scorpion tanks just based on the numbers that they have here. They are going to focus down the Raider Buggies. Actually, that's a pretty good decision considering that they have the EMP ability, and that would be pretty devastating. It looks like another Marv is out on the field here for Bravo 3, so not ready to give up on that move just yet. But the Mechapedes still wreaking havoc in the base of Panic and Andre. Now they are in the base of Andre. It looks like actually an avatar here from... Oh, who is this from? That is actually Bonus's avatar. I don't know how it made its way all the way over on the other side of the map, and now it's actually kind of using the building blocks from Andre against himself. That's very interesting. And we do actually see the sniper teams being focused down as well. Not quite sure where that avatar came from. That's very interesting. He must have sent an engineer over to capture that. I heard shockwave artillery coming off. Not quite sure where it hit, though. It looks like it is going to lock down the Reclamator hub as well as the Annihilator tripod. That was more than likely Panic dropping the shockwave artillery, going to be trying to lock down that Annihilator tripod before it's able to get the Reclamator hub here. Or who is it? No, it's not going to be that. GG coming out from Panic, and that's likely going to be it. Team Friends going to be picking up game number 2 and bringing us to an ace match. Very interesting game. 2 powerhouse teams showing their stuff here, but Bonus, he just put so much pressure on down in the south. Unleashed, I'm not quite sure what happened to him, but he got set pretty far behind. I think he tried to go fast tech and then got punished for that decision by the forces of Panic, and he lost so much refining capability that it set him pretty far behind. He was out of the fight for a good majority of it, but then managed to get back in the form of Mechapedes and tripods, and he managed to sneak in and get some nice kills on the harvesters of Panic, set him far behind. Andre was pushed off of his expansion, lost his MCV, was set very far behind, and was not able to recover. So very good game, 12 minutes and 42 seconds, cannot complain whatsoever. Andre and Panic dropping that game to Bonus and Unleashed. We'll have to see who comes out on top. It is anybody's game coming up in game number 3. All right, so everybody, it looks like Unleashed is going to be taking a very quick break here. Just needs a moment to collect his thoughts, more than likely realizing that there's a decent amount of money on the line and they need to come up with something here in game number 3, as neither one of these teams wants to be sent packing. And with that said, I'm actually going to step away as well, get out of the heat for a moment, collect my thoughts, make sure that I'm not speaking complete nonsense to you guys, even though that's what I'm famous for doing. And with that said, we're going to be taking a very, very short break, but then we'll be jumping into game number 3, which will be the final game of this series, and that will be coming up on Forgotten Dunes. At least I believe that will be the case, and we'll have to check in a few minutes. But anyways, we'll be taking a quick break, and I'll be right back. All right, and with that, we are brought to game number 3 and the final game of this best of 3 series between Team World Champs and Team Friends. And with that, we are brought to the map Hurricane Lands. And spawning on the far left side as the first member of Team World Champs, the blue GDI, we have Panic. And his teammate just to the right of him as the green Nod once again, we have Andre. And sliding up to the upper right corner as the first member of Team Friends, as the orange GDI, we have Bonus. And then his teammate off to the far right as the yellow Traveler 59 once again, we have Unleashed. So it is 1-1. This is do or die for both teams. It is anybody's game. I would give this one to either team. These guys are looking very, very good. Both teams have taken convincing victories over their opponents despite the length of the games. And it's looking very, very good for another slugfest here on Hurricane Lands. Probably one of my favorite of the new 2v2 maps that were created by Predator. This is a really cool looking map. It's a really interesting concept. It's not something that we really have elsewhere as far as map design goes. So very, very cool map. I'm looking forward to seeing a great game here. And World Champs and Friends more than likely going to be bringing us the action here. And it's looking like it's just going to be some early game scouting units, just going to be cleaning each other up around the map here. And do we have any aggressive moves out from any of these players? It looks like our Team World Champs are just going pretty standard eco here. That could be an operations center. I don't think it's going to be. It's more than likely going to be another refinery. Just waiting for that to drop. There it is. There's the second refinery. 2 refineries down for Bonus. And then off to the right, we do see 2 refineries for Unleashed. So no fast legs this time around. We've seen fast leg opener from Unleashed both games so far, opting not to do that in this game. At least I think we saw it in game number 1. I'm like 99% sure that we did. But all of that aside, it's just going to be straight eco for these guys. Nobody wants to commit to anything too crazy. They want to give themselves a fighting chance in this game because everything is on the line for them right now. One team will be sent packing after this game, as there is no loser's bracket. So if you lose here, you are gone. And that just makes it all the more intense here. Just straight eco play from these guys, and I'm interested to see how the divergence of builds occurs here, as we do have actually a crane dropped from Panic on the back side of things here. More than likely going to be queuing his refinery. Should be able to drop that pretty quickly here once he unpacks his MCV, and then he'll also have an additional build queue or whatever else he wants to go for here. More than likely realizing that they're up against straight eco play here, and going to try to abuse the downtime here to actually get out some additional structures. More than likely going to be double refinery drop coming out from Panic. That would not be a bad idea whatsoever. May see some tech. I would not be shocked about that either, as we did see Bonus actually go for a fast tech into a Marv in the last game, and that worked out really well for him. Put Andre way behind and was able to Marvis out a good portion of that field. Probably not going to be seeing that in this game, but Tier 2 does come down now for Bonus, so before second refinery or the second war factory. Interesting choice. He does drop that on the front lines as well. It gives him a little bit more build radius, but it does put it in a precarious position and also makes it very easy to be scouted. A couple of Pitbulls just going to be facing off against one another, jockeying for that map vision. Nice move there from Unleashed to send up some secret tanks to actually clean up that Pitbull, despite the fact that Panic was actually trying to bring the fight to that bunker so that he could gain the advantage. Lightning Spike was dropped. It has been cleaned up. It doesn't look like any Harvesters have gone down. It doesn't look like any have taken any significant damage either, due to the fact that they are stealthed. And now we do have bikes coming out from Andre. Meanwhile, what else do we have going on here? It looks like just that scouting Pitbull here from Panic. Actually, unfortunately, going down to a Watchtower drop there. Forces a second Watchtower and actually sends Bravo, or I keep calling him Bravo, Bonus into low power. And we do actually have Hammerhead transition here coming out from Bonus as well. So very interesting. But Bike Buggy, as well as a couple of Scorpion tanks, going to be holding the line here down in the south. Just want to cut off any forces that are going to be using this this area here to actually sneak into their base. And it looks like a couple of Mechapeds from Unleashed, as well as the Prodigy, going to be coming in. The Prodigy's going to sit on the other side of the rift, may actually teleport over and then get an area mind control off on these units. Just shift the power into Unleashed's favor. Not sure where that Prodigy ended up going. It looks like it may have run away, realizing that he doesn't want to commit into it. No, he came straight forward, didn't care whatsoever. Raider Buggy's on the front lines, gets the immediate area mind control off, and it's essentially a rage gen for those guys. As you can see, they're focusing each other down. But we do have more Pitbull engagements here coming out in the north. As we can see, Panic is just spamming these guys out. Looks like Bravo is going to be returning fire here with Pitbulls of his own. And we do actually have Hammerheads out on the field. Not quite sure how many he's managed to get up to at this point. Don't know if he's planning on garrisoning anything in those either. Or maybe he's just looking to deal with infantry coming out from Andre. Would be interesting either way. And do we have AP ammo? AP ammo is done, so very quick AP ammo here for Bravo 3. Not a bad idea whatsoever. Getting that upgrade done quickly is definitely a good idea. Still not a whole lot going on. These guys are massing up to decent-sized armies. What do we have going on down in the south? We actually have a lightning spike in the base of Andre. Not quite sure how that happened. It looks like actually there was a structure captured here by the Prodigy. And Unleashed just living up to his name here. He's just going for those crazy tactics. Looks like he has actually lost power as well. It's a little bit unfortunate. It keeps that lightning spike from actually firing. It does power back up. Tripod does go down. Is not able to clean up too many more units. That lightning spike actually doing a significant amount of damage. We'll take out a couple more bikes here for its trouble. But Andre wants to get that annoyance out of his base, and he will do that now. So I'm not sure what structure he took exactly, but it gave him some build radius, so it must have been either some tech or, yeah, I'm thinking it had to have been tech of some description. And it looks like actually the Reclamator hub was actually denied here by Panic. Great positioning of the Juggernauts over the wall here, and the AA battery placement as well, going to be staving off any Hammerheads from coming in and harassing. And now actually Panic can fire from over the ridge there from very long distance and should be able to do quite a bit of damage. More than likely has radar scanned or sent a Pitbull up here to actually get some vision of this area so that he can fire from that distance. And we do actually have a Marv coming out. I believe that's from Panic. You do see that here, and there are 2 Zone Troopers ready to jump straight into it right away. Hammerheads coming in, huge amount of Hammerheads here from Bonus. Going to be looking to do some damage. It looks like he cleaned up the majority of the infantry from Andre, and this is looking actually pretty scary here for Panic and Andre. Been staved off pretty well here by the forces of Unleashed. On the other side of the coin here, Panic has been trading pretty cost effectively here with Bonus. He's actually been getting some free damage. Now his Marv is actually going to push forward. It only has double rail at this point in time. May actually see some additional units moving forward to join that. But the Hammerhead's actually going to be coming forward, and it looks like it's actually a base push coming out from Panic, as he does have the War Factory support on the front lines for both the Juggernauts as well as the Marv, and he's going to try to Marvis this field. He does have Juggernauts to contend with, though they are in very low numbers, and by low numbers, I mean 1. It looks like the majority of the forces are Hammerheads in Bravo's... Oh my god, I keep wanting to call him Bravo! Bonus's hands, so kind of a costly venture for not a huge amount of return here. I don't know if he was expecting something else coming out from these guys. I mean, he traded pretty effectively with the infantry here down in the south, but hasn't been able to do much more with those Hammerheads. More than likely going to be forced to expend those to try to kill off some of these Juggernauts, but the base creep coming out from Panic is pretty scary, and the tank on the front lines here is very, very scary indeed. It's going to force the complete sell-up here of Bonus on the left-hand side, so his expansion is gone, and that is being eaten up by the Marv. Hammerhead's coming forward, going to be taking a lot of damage from some Pitbulls as well as the APC and AA batteries, so lots of anti-air there from Panic. Going to be able to hold the line, realizing that that's pretty much all that Bonus has at this point in time. He's actually got his construction yard way back in the corner, realizing that he's going to continue to get base pushed. Firehawk's coming out, not quite sure what his plan is with this. Maybe going to be looking to drop the forward production structures just to eliminate that possibility of harassment, but Andre has actually managed to catch them out. We'll get some free shots off 2 of the Firehawks going down straight away, and this is looking very bad for Bonus. He's got Hammerheads, he's got Juggernauts, but Panic has more Juggernauts. He's got better anti-air, and this is looking to go very, very well for Panic. And the Hammerheads actually now of Panic going to be coming in and joining the fight. Going to be looking to do lots and lots of damage. Bonus is under siege here, and only now is Unleashed going to rally to the cause. And he's actually sending pretty much the entirety of his forces here north, but he needs to be scared and weary of the Hammerheads of Panic. And Bonus is actually thrown in the towel, so Unleashed, it is a 1v2 for him. Can he pull it out? It's not looking promising, as he does lose the entirety of his infantry army there to the Hammerheads, and this is looking like it could be a very, very convincing victory here for Team World Champs, and no better way to do it than against Bonus and Unleashed, 2 legendary names of Kane's Wrath. Though Unleashed, he's still got a base here, he's still got refining capability, and does still have some production as well, so he's not ready to throw in the towel just yet. Got some bits and bobs of forces mixed around here. Got a Oh, his Prodigy goes down to the Hammerheads, sacrificed for the cause, but the remainder of the Hammerheads are actually going to be cleaned up. Andre actually sending forward some avatars. Definitely don't want to be in the mix with those infantry forces just because they're going to be absolutely obliterated, and they do very, very minimal damage. Arv actually taking quite a bit of damage. I don't think... Okay, he does have 2 repair pads on it, so 2 engineers are garrisoned within the Marv, so it will be able to get some self-repairs on its own. May actually see a rig come out, but I very much doubt it. This is looking very, very bad for Unleashed. I don't know how he could possibly hold on. Warp Chasm is down. It looks like he's trying to go for the Hexapod. Maybe his saving grace, may go for a little bit of Hexalame to try to save himself in this game and really save their opportunities for some additional cash prizes here, but not looking too promising at this point, as we do see the area mind control actually being used on a couple of APCs. Probably not the most opportune targets here for Unleashed to use that power on, but the tier 3 does go down. Did he get the Hexapod out? It canceled the Hexapod. The Hexapod has been canceled. Is it out on the field already? Did I completely miss it? No, it's not. Hexapod has been canceled. Unleashed. He's probably just scratching his head right now trying to figure out what to do. But honestly, I don't know if there's much more to do than press escape and exit game, as Team World Champs are really living up to their name right now. Going to be pushing forward. The drone platform for Unleashed goes down. He does have gravity stabilizer, so he's not out yet, but this is looking very, very scary as there's no return answer from Unleashed. Just disintegrators coming out trying to hold the line, but there is a Marv as well as anti-infantry support and the Juggernauts on the back lines. You have beacons coming out from these guys. Not quite sure what they're beaconing. It looks like there's actually a decent number of infantry from Unleashed that are flanking around the backside of things. May be able to clean this army up. If Unleashed can clean this army up, that would actually be really good. He's actually going to come in from the back line. He's going to get some free shots on these Juggernauts. If he can take out the Juggernauts, that's actually a pretty significant amount of DPS. Marv actually gets EMP'd by a tripod, which sacrificed its life for the cause. But that Warp Chasm does go down. I don't know that Unleashed actually has any more production, and this is looking like it's going to be it for him. His production is completely gone. He's got nothing left. He's only got the units that are on the field. GG coming out from Panic. GG coming out from Unleashed. And is he ready to throw in the towel? He does. And Team World Champs taking a 2-1 victory and going to be moving on in this tournament. That was a nail-biter there for a few minutes, but Team World Champs, when Panic started trading really well and canceled the Marv on Bonus's side of the map and then just completely steamrolled him off the map, that was probably it right then and there. But Unleashed tried to hold on for as long as he possibly could, but Panic and Andre giving themselves the self-proclaimed World Champs title, definitely showing their stuff here in this game. Very, very strong duo here, and we're going to be seeing them progressing on through the tournament. Going to be seeing them in the semifinals coming up momentarily, and that should be coming up any minute, so be sure to stick around. So a real quick bracket update. I'm not going to show it on stream. You can click the link down in the description if you want to check it out. But Team BikeRush actually took a 3-1 victory over Team Noir Future. So actually, Blackheart and Tiberian Future took a game off of BikeRush and Wookibert. So they are not the unstoppable duo that you would expect. And the remaining teams on the other side of the bracket are looking very, very scary indeed. The next match that we're going to be jumping into here is going to be Team World Champs, which is going to be Panic and Andre versus Team Don't Give a Fuck FU, which is going to be Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. So this should be an epic clash. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this one turns out. And with that said, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 momentarily as I stumble over my words. And so be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of this best of 5 semifinal series. And with that, we are brought to the map Forgotten Forest. And spawning down in the bottom left corner as the first member of Team World Champs as the blue GDI, we have Panic. And his teammate just to the north of him as the green nod, we have Andre. So let me just confirm that that is in fact the case. It is, so I have not misspoken. And off to the right-hand side, as the first member of Team DGAF FU, we have as the orange, I almost said orange Masterleaf, but as the orange Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. And then his teammate just down to the right of him, as the yellow Black Hand, we have DirtyDutch. This is game number 1. It is best of 5, so going to be seeing at least 3 games between these guys. Should be interesting. And again, I mean, Team World Champs, we just watched the series of them in this last set of games. They took it to an ace match with Unleashed and Bonus, and honestly, that's arguably a tougher team than what they're up against now, but honestly, I don't think I would say that, because Bonus and Unleashed are probably out of practice in comparison to these guys. Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, 2 very scary names to be up against as well. So, I mean, Panic and Andre, they are no slouches. The self-proclaimed world champions will have to see if they can earn their title here today by taking the victory here in the Kane's Wrath 2 vs 2 championship. And with that said, let's get into game number 1. I wanted to say Unleashed, but it's actually Masterleaf. Masterleaf coming in, going to be going for the Tiberium spikes here, going for those early fast leg disintegrators, not terribly surprising. Panic going for his patented APC with a Rifleman squad, but Masterleaf is a little bit quicker than Unleashed was, and he manages to take out the Tiberium spike and gets away scot-free. And now Andre is actually going to be coming around. He does have a Raider buggy. No, actually that Raider buggy is in fact DirtyDutch's, so be tanking a little bit of damage from the APC. May actually force him to chase that around, but doesn't look like Panic is taking the bait. He's going to stick around with that APC, going to be holding the line. Meanwhile, we do see Andre has managed to get a squad into the base of Masterleaf, going to be getting some free shots off on those harvesters, but very little damage output, so not too much to be concerned about. And I just realized I don't have my stat pulled up. But with that said, it's just straight up eco here from DirtyDutch on the right-hand side of things. Doesn't seem to be too fussed about going for any early aggression. Meanwhile, Masterleaf trying to get himself back in the game as far as eco goes. He has set these guys a little bit further behind due to the fact that he has destroyed Tiberium Spike in the middle. Looks like he was maybe going to go up for an attack on the one in the north, but did not manage to get those guys up there in time. He does have the looming threat of the APC with the Rifleman squad, which has an absolutely astounding amount of DPS in comparison to the disintegrators, so needs to be careful not to get too close to those guys. But Masterleaf, he's doing what he needs to do here. He's got these guys out on the front lines. He's just flexing his muscle, just wants to say, hey, if you're going to send out any scouting units, I'm going to kill them straight away. So it gives these guys a lot of breathing room and gives them an opportunity to really do some crazy wonky things. Meantime, it looks like actually Panic has managed to scout the fact that DirtyDutch is producing bike buggy at this point, and we're actually going to see them moving out now. It looks like there are 5 bikes out on the field just now, and it looks like they're actually going to be jockeying for the blue Tiberium down south. Masterleaf is going to be sending his disintegrators down there as well. Do we have anything coming out from our left side team? Are we going to see a clash at the blue field? Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Actually, we do have some bikes out from Andre going to be coming down here, more than likely expecting that there will be some action here down at the blue field. Actually, the nice placement here from the disintegrators from Masterleaf. They're going to get a lot of free damage off on these units, but now it's bike buggy versus bike buggy, and it's getting very, very messy. Andre actually trading pretty cost effectively with these bikes from DirtyDutch, and has actually come out on top. Does have a couple of bikes and buggies left over, but the disintegrators from Masterleaf are still roaming around here, cleaning up any additional units that find their way out of position. We do have a beacon coming out. It looks like just signaling that there is a militant squad up north. Going to be using that for some scouting information. We have a couple of APCs with Rifleman squads garrisoned inside of them just to deal with those pesky disintegrators. Very, very good at dealing with them. Needs to be careful though. These pit bulls are very far forward. They can kite in and do quite a bit of damage, but Hammerhead coming out needs to be careful of the Gunwalkers. Does not want to be throwing that away. That one gets thrown away, so Panic, a little bit of a miss micro there, may have been panicking, so to speak. Sorry, that one was terrible. I'll try a little bit better with the puns, but with that said, a couple of reverse move bugs. Those are very, very annoying to deal with, as we do see another pitbull from Panic going down. Looks like AP ammo is done for Panic as well, so he should be able to hold off against disintegrators pretty well, but it looks like the Gunwalker is going to be used to tank the majority of the damage.
Looks like Masterleaf's trying to find an opportunity to get some shots on the bikes, but he's not going to be able to. Disintegrator's actually going down straight away by the AP Ammo APCs. Hammerhead's out on the field as well. This is getting very, very messy. Units coming from all over the place, and it's looking like Andre's doing a great job of kiting with the bike buggy. Very far forward with his construction yard, actually right into the middle of those gunwalkers, so no respect whatsoever coming out from Panic that says, hey, you've got an entire army here, let me just drive through it with my most valuable vehicle. And he's going to continue to flex his muscle there. Looks like he's more than likely going to be dropping some watchtowers here just to stave off these gunwalkers. Actually, a Hand of Nod coming down as well. More than likely going to be producing an engineer to repair this construction yard if it gets too low. Actually, no, it's going to be rocket squads coming out. Probably a better move, but unfortunately the gunwalkers are on the front lines. Meanwhile, Masterleaf's got his warp chasm down, going to be queuing that hexapod. That should be on the way pretty soon. Have that tier 3. Nothing actually being produced off of his portal just yet. Looks like Masterleaf is just stalling for the late game. Does have a couple of mechapedes. One does go down. Very unfortunate. It looks like it is a disc launch mechapede. So he's going to be strictly anti-air. Does a little bit of DPS to units and structures, but much lower in comparison to the shard launchers. Actually, the Scorpion tank's going to give chase. Laser turrets actually being dropped. This is the second time I've seen laser turrets dropped recently, and they will come down to try to hold the line against these forces. Actually pretty good against the gunwalker spam here. Not the worst thing in the world that could have come down. Obviously not the best either. But in the meantime, we see Panic is just massing up to a critical mass of hammerheads. More than likely wants to deal with any infantry that comes out from Masterleaf, as he will inevitably transition into cultists as we go later into the game. We have double Scorpion tank production coming out from the north in Andre. Wow, actually a teleport of the drone ship straight away by Masterleaf. Going to be bringing that straight up to the green field in the middle. And now it's going to be another classic battle here at the green field in the center of the map. Hexapod is already on the front lines here for Masterleaf. Does have Corruptor support as well. A single Corruptor on the back lines though. And actually, oh, Prodigy went down to the hammerheads from Panic. So great control from Panic to get in there and take out that Prodigy. Does not want to leave that one out on the field. Hexapod getting some free damage on some tier 1 units. Obviously not what you want to be dealing with. But it looks like there's only one shock trooper garrison in this hexapod, so not a huge amount of anti-air capabilities coming out from Masterleaf, at least not just yet. Looks like he was trying to kill off the Corruptors, but the Corruptors were actually healing themselves as opposed to the hexapod. So great control once again from Masterleaf, but EMP comes off from Andre, and this could be lights out for this hexapod, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so the phase field does come out, so it's going to be keeping that hexapod alive, but if he can keep that perma EMP'd, that one will be going down. The Juggernauts as well as the Obelisk firing on that, so the second it comes un-EMP'd, more than likely going to need to see the teleport away once it actually becomes unphased, because you cannot teleport a phased hexapod, or at least you're not permitted to. Now we're going to be actually seeing DirtyDutch actually expanding up to the north, so he's going to be looking to grab a bit of that Tiberian for himself. Not going to make the mistake that Unleashed and Bonus made in the last game. Going to be sending up his MCV and trying to grab some of that Tiberian for himself. Meanwhile, Masterleaf, he set up a pretty good base here, has the Redeemer Engineering Facility from DirtyDutch on the front lines with him. EMP's coming off on the Eradicator Hexapod. It is unphased, so it now can take a lot of damage. The Juggernauts are firing on it, getting huge amounts of damage. Will the EMPs be consistent? Yes, they will, and they are going to drop that Hexapod. The Hexapod from Masterleaf is down. That is the major tanking force from this base, and now what is going to happen to this base? It's looking like Panic and Andre should be able to drop this, no problem. Radar scan comes out from Panic, realizes that there's not a whole lot more left here. Going to be dropping down the Redeemer Engineering Facility from DirtyDutch before it's actually able to produce the Redeemer, and that is a huge loss for both players. Redeemer denied from DirtyDutch. Hexapod goes down from Masterleaf, and now the Temporal Wormhole just being a bit annoying to these forces, and actually a number of these Juggernauts going down. It looks like the Prodigy came in and managed to get itself an area mind control and actually forced these guys to focus down their own units. And unfortunately, actually no, that's actually an obelisk from DirtyDutch. I thought for a second there that was actually Andre's, but no, it's going to be straight up obelisk spam on the front lines here for DirtyDutch, and we do see cultists out on the field as well as the Prodigy just being very, very irritating for these guys on the left hand side to deal with. Spectre Artillery sitting on the back lines just pounding away on this base creep here from DirtyDutch. Wants to get those obelisks off the front lines. Unfortunately, all of the harvesting has been stopped here from our left side team, Team World Champs. And in the meantime, what else has gone on up in the north? We have a refinery set way back. I don't know what the plan is here. More than likely just trying to get some harvesting done on this field, but honestly, DirtyDutch has established himself pretty heavily on that field, so he's looking very, very strong. And what was looking like a very, very bad set of engagements here for Team DGAF, it's actually looking quite good now for... Whoa, okay. So Spectre artillery actually being teleported into the base of Team DGAF, and I believe these are actually... If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure those are actually... wow, okay, so they are. I thought for a second that they were Andre's Spectre artillery, and they in fact are. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the stealth radius, or the stealth detection radius, actually happens down here, so Andre does still have control of those units, needs to fall back right now. EMP actually comes out, going to be immediately EMPing the Spectre artillery. Not quite sure what the plan was there, but Devastator warship is sitting on the back lines, going to be pounding away at these forces. There's no anti-air to speak of for these guys on the left-hand side, and this entire base has been completely ravaged. They've been more or less pushed off this base, and we do have an obelisk drop here coming out from Andre, going to be trying to do some damage to these harvesters and any of these additional units on the front lines here for DirtyDutch. And we do have the hammerheads actually focusing down the bikes, but bikes with, I believe, Tib Core here. Yes, they do have the Tib Core missile upgrade. They actually managed to take down the obelisk, and it's looking very, very scary in the north for Team World Champs. And Team DGAF looking very strong here in game number 1, despite losing both of their epic units here pretty early on into this fight. Managed to come through with some superior micro and just some early planning on expansions and things like that. Looks like a beam cannon was actually focused down there. At least I think it was a beam cannon. Yeah, it was. And Panic actually going to call the GG here. I'm thinking he's probably right. I don't know how they could really come back. Andre is left in the game. He's more than likely going to be GGing out as well. But yeah, very, very strong looking showing from Team DGAF as they pick up game number 1. So I thought for a moment there when the Hexapod went down and the Redeemer Engineering Facility was denied, I thought that Team World Champs was looking very, very strong, but some great Prodigy Micro as well as some clutch Cultist captures just absolutely saved that engagement for him. Great Temporal Wormhole, going to be locking down those units, preventing them from firing. Great area mind control to kill off the majority of those juggernauts, and it's just there was nothing else that Panic and Andre could do to deal with it. So Masterleaf kind of saving that otherwise poor engagement for his team, and DirtyDutch capitalizing on that by grabbing that expansion up in the north. So very good game number 1, showing the technical skills of both teams, and that's going to be bringing us to game number 2 momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright, and welcome to game number 2 of this best of 5 semifinal series, and that brings us to the map Unsound Investment. And spawning in the top right as the yellow black hand, we have the first member of Team DGAF. And then his teammate just off on the other side of the rift here as the purple Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. And then down in the south as the first member of Team World Champs, as the blue GDI, we have Panic. And on the other side of the hill there, as the green nod, we have Andre. So let me just make sure I've got my scoreboard correct here. So, no, that's wrong. Is that right? There we go. Okay, so it is 1-0 in favor of Team DGAF. And we'll have to see if they can secure themselves a lead here in this series and grab themselves another game. But they're sitting pretty right now, looking pretty good. And Masterleaf's going to open up with fast leg disintegrators as always, and sending his assimilator to the middle of the map. Going to be jockeying for this Tiberium spike. Should be able to capture that, no problem, as I don't think we have any fast Raider buggies coming out from anybody. And obviously APC is a little bit too slow to get there in time. So he should be able to capture that uncontested. And now we have the disintegrators here from Masterleaf going to be moving into the base of Panic. Panic, already aware of this, going to be sending out his patented APC and Rifleman squad. Very good answer to the disintegrator combo. Needs to be careful though, as he cannot assist his ally as much as he possibly can, or rather as much as he would in a different situation due to the fact that this map is split. So that APC is very much out of position to really defend Andre on the other side here. He has dropped a watchtower preemptively to try to hold off against this, and it's looking like all of the aggression is going to be on Andre in this game, as we do have the disintegrators actually moving into position, taking quite a bit of damage. Unfortunately, that shredder turret is powered down, otherwise we would be getting massive kills, and I think Masterleaf capitalizing on that. He's going to go for some harvester kills here. Does get one harvester. Honestly, Andre, I don't know what he's up to. He should be powering down these refineries, getting the shredder turret online. That could have absolutely cleaned up all of these units already. APC has made its way all the way around the rift, manages to join this battle, and I don't know if these guys have lost a single harvester. As we say that, one does go down. So maybe a couple of harvesters going down there for Andre, but pretty well controlled there from Andre to actually keep that stuff alive. Unfortunately, couldn't get his shredder turret online. Should have been powering down one of his refineries. But hey, I'm not going to tell these guys how to play. They know how to play a lot better than I do. That is for darn certain. And we do have just a bike that has managed to sneak its way in here from DirtyDutch. Is going to poke a little bit of damage onto that harvester. Is going to fall back. Now the APC here from Panic is going to be coming back around to his own base, more than likely expecting a follow-up attack. But Masterleaf in the meantime, he's just equaling behind this, gets down his second refinery now. It has 5 harvesters already. So 5 harvesters out on the field, has not received any counter harassment just yet. And I think we see a 4th harvester coming out now for DirtyDutch. So 5th harvester just yet, not sure what he's gone for. Has a double War Factory production right now, so the harvester is going to be joining the battle as well. So went for double War Factory before going for the expansion. Interesting move there, and has now packed up his MCB and unpacked in this location. Should give him a nice build radius as well as some area to defend. In the meantime, I think we did see some more disintegrators here coming in from Masterleaf, not able to really do too much damage. Gunwalker follow-up here from Masterleaf, going to be trying to stop any additional units from coming out. That APC with the Rifleman squad will be taking a bit of poke here from these Gunwalkers, but these disintegrators should be able to clean it up pretty quickly. Thought maybe for a second there that we'd see a clutch mine drop, but it was not the case, at least not this time around, so that one will go down in heroic fashion. And meanwhile, it's looking like actually, not Unleashed, but rather DirtyDutch dropping down a hand of nod here on the front lines. Going to be sending out a saboteur, that's the word that I was looking for. Going to be looking to grab himself a Tiberium spike in the middle of the map. Be drawing some fire from that garrison as well. So Andre not going to be able to actually focus that guy down, more than likely dealing with the bikes. And disintegrators here from Masterleaf going to be coming in. They are harvester hunting, and should get a harvester for their trouble, but going to be taking pretty heavy losses. So I don't know if that's necessarily hashtag worth. May get a second harvester here if they continue to commit forward. Great mine drop from Panic. Great control there, and he will kill off all of those units. And Masterleaf actually pinging that, maybe pinging his success, or maybe he's just a little bit disappointed by how that one turned out. But more disintegrators coming out. Masterleaf abusing those disintegrators very, very much so. And working out pretty well so far in this game. We'll have to see if he can continue to translate that into effective trades. And meanwhile, we have bikes coming down the south. It's looking like it's going to be the harass here coming out from DirtyDutch. Getting a lot of damage here onto Andre. Andre has not a whole lot to speak of. Only that single War Factory here. Going to be forcing a watchtower drop out from Panic. Unfortunately, that watchtower is a bit out of range to actually focus down any of these units. Be weakening some of them as they're joining the ranks. But another harvester will be going down, and Andre is taking pretty crippling amounts of damage right now. Hand of Nod dropped, but there are Raider buggies here which could be focusing down the rocket squads as they come out. Rocket squads are actually picking off some of these bikes, but Yeah, honestly, he's managed to hold the line here with just these rocket squads as well as a couple of scorpion tanks. Unfortunately, has lost a number of harvesters there. I can't count how many that went down, but there were a fair few of them. Masterleaf coming in with the disintegrators once again. Going to be focusing down the refinery this time around. Doesn't necessarily want to commit to killing the harvesters. Will actually get the refinery for his troubles too, despite the shredder turret drops. And actually, the scorpion tanks being sacrificed for the cause as well to kill off the disintegrators. Does not want to allow the follow-up damage. Shredder turret going to be able to clean up the remainder of those forces, but Masterleaf probably pleased with himself to clean up the refinery there. But now it's going to be straight up APC spam coming out from Panic, and he's just going to rush forward and kill off all of these disintegrators, at least reducing them as a threat in this battle. What else do we have coming out from him? AP ammo likely on the way. He is stalled for cash though, so he's not going to be having that, at least not for the near future. A couple of Predator tanks here joining the battle as well, so pretty scary looking tier 1 army coming out from Panic. More than likely going to be seeing a tier 3 transition coming out from Masterleaf, as his tier 2 is not particularly good. Obviously no Devourer tanks makes it pretty useless to go for that tier 2 unit production, as I don't think that they actually have any tier 2 units. Swarm support power coming in. I don't know that that was necessary. I mean, he's trying to kill off the rocket squads to allow his allow the scorpion tanks from DirtyDutch to come in and do as much damage as they want, but the disintegrator is being thrown away to the watchtower as well, more than likely due to the fact that he's focusing on this battle on the left-hand side. The APC and Predator tank army here has been being forced back by the Gunwalker and Seeker tank army here of Masterleaf. He's actually got a pretty significant sized army. Definitely not going to be able to stand up to the damage output here from Panic, especially once he gets that AP ammo upgrade. Once that hits, I think he'll be able to turn and fire on these forces, and he should be able to win that no problem. Temporal Wormhole coming down from Masterleaf. Great positioning too. Going to be able to lock down the entire force here. Going to be cutting off their retreat as well as denying the damage output by cutting their fire rate pretty significantly. And great movement here from DirtyDutch to join in this battle, realizing that Masterleaf was going to drop this Temporal Wormhole. They come in here, get a huge concave, and should be able to clean this force up with no problem whatsoever. Actually, pretty good hiding behind the So that was a very, very strong showing there from Masterleaf. DirtyDutch also looking very good as well. Put a lot of pain onto Andre, but the coordination between DirtyDutch and Masterleaf has just been on point in these last two games. Panic and Andre, they're very good at coordinating with one another, but they seem to be out of sync as far as what they want to do. Weren't able to really commit to attacks with one another and tried to divide the map in half, but DirtyDutch and Masterleaf managed to make that work to their advantage and really punished Panic for overextending without really having a huge force to defend himself, and realizing that Andre was set so far behind that he wouldn't really be able to help out. So great game from both teams. DirtyDutch and Masterleaf going up 2-0 so far in this series, so it could be lights out for Team World Champs in this next game, but Game 3 is coming right up. Sorry about that, everybody. I just realized that my microphone's been dead for, I believe, the entirety of that game. I'm not sure. I don't know if I bumped it or something that kind of made it go muted. So I apologize if it was muted for the entirety of that game. But yeah, we are still here, and we're going to be jumping into game number 3, which is Do or Die here for Team World Champs, and that's coming up right now. All right, and with that, we are brought to game number 3 on the map, Hurricane Lands, and hopefully you guys can hear me and my mic is not muted. It shows that it's not muted on my OBS here, but we don't know if that's true. I'll assume that it's true. And Hurricane Lands, interesting map, and that brings us over to the far left side, the first member of Team World Champs. As the blue GDI, we have Panic. And to the right of him, as the green Nod, we have Andre. And then moving up to the upper right-hand corner, as the red Traveler 59 once again, we have Masterleaf. And his teammate, as the yellow Black Hand, have DirtyDutch. So give me 1 second here to get the scoreboard updated, as these guys have swapped sides on me, and I did not have a chance because I was trying to solve my mic issues. So once again, I do apologize for that. I was not expecting that to happen. I had no idea that it was going on. So I appreciate the understanding. And we are on Hurricane. Sorry, everybody. I tried to do this before the game. But, let's see. Score right. There we go. Okay, so Team DGAF, they are up 2-0 right now. And Masterleaf, he's gone for fast leg disintegrators once again. And he's been making that work very, very well, getting himself that early game map pressure and forcing response out from Team World Champs. And it forces out the APC as well as the Rifleman squad here from Panic every single time, and it makes it so that he has to do some damage with that in order to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, the map control that's exerted here by Masterleaf goes pretty much uncontested. And please be sure to let me know if it's if the mic is muted still. I don't think it is. You guys could troll me and just say, "Hey, mic's muted," and then it's not. And I'd screw around with it, but. Anyways, we gotta have a few technical difficulties throughout the course of the day, right? It's not a Sparty cast unless I've made mistakes. That's how you guys know it's authentic. At least we'll say that. Reckoner coming out from DirtyDutch has no garrisons. We've seen this earlier today. I don't remember who it was exactly, but this is a very interesting tactic. I don't know if this is something that's been picked up recently by some players, but it's a very interesting move. Two disintegrators being put into the Reckoner, so I guess it makes that Reckoner still do quite a bit of damage. Unfortunately, the Reckoner actually dropping right there. I don't know why he deployed right there. I don't know if that was a misclick or what, but Flame Tank goes down. Reckoner has been denied. It does have 2 disintegrator squads inside of it, but it's not going to really be able to do too much. Another Reckoner coming forward. Still no garrison coming out. I don't know if he's just trying to force a response here, but that's a lot of money being spent on tech and the Reckoners for literally no gain. I don't really know what the end goal here was, but these guys, I mean, they can throw stuff away without having to be too worried about it. What else do we have going on here? Raider Buggy being focused down. Looks like that was actually killed off by a Black Hand squad here from DirtyDutch. Sold off the Tier 2, so he does have an upgraded power plant from that Tier 2, and he has his second refinery down as well. So I guess maybe he got his second refinery out a little bit quicker than if he used to go for a normal Flame Rush. But, I mean, he's forced out a pretty big response here from Team World Champs, and now they're just going to turn the turrets on these guys. And the Pitbulls as well as Scorpion Tank's going to be looking for a fight right now, as they know they are pretty much uncontested. Masterleaf spamming out those disintegrators once again, and people saying Mike is muted. You guys got me. I'll give you that. Give you that. I do read chat occasionally. It's just a little bit different. But anyways, Disintegrator's coming forward here, and Gunwalker's going to be joining the battle as well. And looks like we do have an APC headed up to the north. Not quite sure what his plan is. More than likely going to be trying to defend his MCV. Masterleaf going to be coming in with a number of Disintegrators here. Should be able to get in and poke some damage onto whatever is dropped up here. But honestly, there's not a whole lot. So he's going to be a little bit disappointed to see that. May actually just cut and run. As we are going to see a Watchtower drop here. Maybe just trying to force out a Watchtower drop. That will be dropped any moment. No, he's actually not queued it just yet. Going to actually try to commit to killing the APCs. Wants to get something for his troubles here. Does get one APC. Meanwhile, what's going on the right-hand side? We do have the army here from DirtyDutch, as well as Masterleaf going to be pushing forward, going to be working together here. Rocket Squad's on the back line, while the Disintegrators and the Gunwalkers tank the damage. Scorpion tanks firing on militant squads, not what you want them to be doing. They definitely have an advantage right now, but that will slowly dwindle as the production here from Andre continues to come out of that war factory. Now Panic, he needs to assist his ally. He has AP ammo, so that's a pretty significant upgrade to be done this early. But unfortunately, Andre is paying the price of that, as there's nothing here to really help him out. We do have Watchtower drops. Interesting Watchtower placement. It almost looks like it's a part of that that refinery, but the Scorpion tanks just getting absolutely free trades here on these Scorpion tanks that are being produced by Andre, and we do have the Watchtower actually being sold off. Another one being dropped down as well. We'll be trying to clean up the Disintegrators as they move forward, but the forces here of DirtyDutch are looking very, very scary. He's getting very cost-effective trades, and he's just cutting off any additional production here of Andre, forcing him to lose stuff straight away. Meanwhile, Panic is counterattacking with his APC army in the north, and he's actually being forced back by photon cannons here from Masterleaf. He's actually going for the base push, so Panic is going pretty much all in here. He's going to move forward with that MCV. Very scary to do against Masterleaf and a Traveler 59 player, just due to the fact that the Prodigy can rush forward and kill that very quickly. Beacon has actually come off. Not quite sure what has happened here. It looks like the Disintegrators have managed to cut off the production of this War Factory, as they're going to absolutely kill off every unit that comes out of it. And the War Factory is actually now being focused down. It's looking very, very bad. LOL coming out from Panic. This is very, very scary, as now the forces of DirtyDutch are actually going to rally to kill off this construction yard. Panic and Andre, not quite sure what happened here. Not sure if they're just starstruck by being faced with Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. But, yeah, they're taking a very, very bad route this game. Actually taking a lot of damage. Panic, or rather Andre, finally joining in the battle. These guys are going to be working together for the first time, I think, in this game. They've been forced to deal with stuff in their own bases. But the MCV is not able to be saved here for Panic. And does he have any production left? He has no production, so Panic is out of this game. I mean, he's got a small standing army, but it is very small indeed, and will not be able to trade its way into a base trade situation here. Meanwhile, we actually do have the Scorpion tanks from Andre getting some pretty good trades here, but honestly, the Gunwalkers, they're just so tanky against the Scorpion tanks. And in that number, they're going to be able to deal out enough damage to weaken these guys up to allow the Scorpion tanks of DirtyDutch to really trade effectively with them. Disintegrators coming in to add insult to injury. No, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. Panic does still have production. He has a War Factory on the front lines, but that's being pressured now here by the forces of Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. Temporal Wormhole comes down, just going to be adding insult to injury. Going to be locking down all of Panic's forces here. And Andre, unfortunately, his forces have been thinned very heavily, being forced to actually use his Scorpion tanks to get crushes on these Disintegrator squads, and this is looking to be very convincingly going in the way of Team DGAF, and this may actually be our first ace of today. I don't remember seeing one earlier, or actually I think we saw one a little bit earlier in the tournament, but man, this is not the way I was expecting this to go. Masterleaf showing that he still has the stuff here, and DirtyDutch and Masterleaf coordinating extremely well. Heroic Disintegrator squad on the front lines here. And once that production facility goes down, that's pretty much lights out. You have a Shatterer tank out on the front lines for Panic, but that gets killed straight away. And now Panic's infrastructure is really just there for moral support. I mean, it's not really doing anything. He could throw all this stuff over to DirtyDutch with the BM. I won't get into that, but Andre, he is really the only one left in this game. We do have a phase field coming out on the Gunwalkers and going for the moonwalk into the base of Andre. Just going to be absorbing damage from these Scorpion tanks. And not quite sure what else we have coming out here. Tripods coming out from Masterleaf. Going to be able to clean up these Scorpion tanks, no problems. It looks like Dozer Blades has been completed, but honestly, it's about a day late and $1 short, as there's really not a whole lot to be done here against these forces. DirtyDutch and Masterleaf being given way too much breathing room, and Masterleaf is only going to get stronger with time due to the fact that he is Traveler 59, so that's a pretty scary late game to deal with. A lot of lag right now, not quite sure what's generating that, but we haven't seen that too much in the last set of games. But GG coming out, Andre with the fire sale, and that's going to be it. Team DGAF going to be taking the game and the series 3-0. So, wow, despite a good showing from Panic and Andre in our first series that we caught of them in the last set of games, they were, in fact, given their, they were handed their defeat here by Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, and Masterleaf and DirtyDutch showing they are a force to be contended with, and taking 3 games to none over Team World Champs. I mean, Panic and Andre, on their own, maybe not the most stellar players, but as a 2v2 duo, are very, very scary to deal with, and Masterleaf and DirtyDutch made it look easy. So good games for these guys. Unfortunate to see them disappearing, but they will have an opportunity at a cash prize here in the third place match, which will be coming up on the other side of the bracket. And with that said, I think we're actually brought into the finals, as I believe the other side of the semifinals have already completed. I will check in on that in a moment and give you guys an update. But with that said, we're going to be taking a quick 2-second break while I just get things sorted out, and we'll be moving into the finals momentarily, so be sure to stick around. All right, everybody, and we have kind of an interesting thing here. Let me turn my music down. I just realized I had it turned up. Sorry about that. So the finals are coming up momentarily. We're going to be jumping into a best-of-7 series. That's going to be kicking off here any moment. And with that said, it's going to be the team of BikeRush, which will be BikeRush owns, and Wookibert versus Team DGAF, which is Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. And with that said, Aggressive Panda, another fellow caster here, has actually developed a poll, so you guys can actually vote on that. I'm going to be dropping the link in the comments section right now. Apparently, I can't drop the link in the comment section. Okay, so I was mistaken. I'm not terribly familiar with the chat system here on YouTube, but with that said, the link is in the description of the video. You can check that out. Vote on who you think is going to win, and we will discuss that after the conclusion of game number 1, and we'll see who came out correct in that series at the end. So I'm interested to see the fan vote on who will come out on top. So props to Aggressive Panda for putting that together. I certainly appreciate that. It's definitely an interesting little thing to add and make it a little bit more interactive for you guys. So be sure to get down there and vote right now. It would be better to get that vote in sooner rather than later, and I'll check in on the poll results when we get a chance. I think we're going to have to wait for Aggressive Panda to actually share the results. Yeah, so he said he's going to share the winner at the end. So I will ask you to actually share the winner or share the graphic with me once we are completed with the first game, and so that way we can kind of see what everybody's thinking, what their thought process is before we get too far into the series, and then it becomes swayed because people obviously know who's going to win. But anyways, with that said, be sure to check that out, and we're going to be heading to game number 1 momentarily. And for those of you who may not know, if you're just joining us now, you can be sure to check out the FPV of this upcoming final over at twitch.tv/BikeRush, and that's spelled all one word, no special letters or anything like that. So be sure to check him out if you're not already watching him. You'll be able to see how Team BikeRush is actually playing as we speak. I'm not sure what the delay is on his stream, but we've got a pretty significant delay here on our stream, so you may actually see the game a little bit faster over there, but you won't be able to see global perspective. But with that said, we're going to be jumping into game number 1. It looks like these guys are ready to go, and we'll be jumping straight in, so be sure to stay tuned. Alright, everybody, and welcome to game number 1 of the Best of 7 Finals series for the Kane's Wrath 2 vs 2 Championship Tournament, and that brings us to the map Unsound Investment, and spawning down in the bottom left as the blue nod, we have Wookibert. That was very anticlimactic saying nod, but all the same, on the right-hand side, the man himself, the red black hand, we have BikeRush owns. And in the top, as the first member of Team DGAF FU, as the yellow black hand, we have DirtyDutch. And his teammate, playing once again as Traveler 59, as the pink Traveler 59, that is, we have Masterleaf. So best of 7, Team DGAF versus BikeRush, Masterleaf, and DirtyDutch versus BikeRush owns and Wookibert. This is the matchup I was looking forward to. I cannot wait to see Masterleaf and BikeRush facing off against one another. It looks like they are split as far as the spawns go. They're on opposite ends. So if it ends up in a 1v1 situation, we may not see them facing off directly. but it's going to be a shadow team opener here for Wookibert. An interesting move all the same. Confessor Cabal Squad actually dropping the hallucinogenic grenades on themselves. Actually, Wookibert taking a lot of damage here. These shadow teams, oh, they almost went down. The Confessor Cabal Squad here from DirtyDutch is almost able to clean up one of the squads, but huge pickup there for Wookibert. Wookibert shutting down that fast leg descent opening from Masterleaf, so reading him like a book, knowing that he goes for it pretty much every game, and now he's got a couple of shadow teams here to deal with this. He's going to take out a power plant, and is not able to deny the War Factory. That would have been pretty epic, but is not able to do so. So Masterleaf, he's still in this game, though he is pretty far behind, and will more than likely be seeing Wookibert and BikeRush owns capitalizing on that and knocking him out of this game. On the other side of things, we may actually see them focus on DirtyDutch and try to set him behind as well, just to gain an overall advantage in this match. But this game number 1 so far is starting off with a lot of aggression, and that's what I like to see. There is a big prize on the line, as I believe we do have $150 for the second place finishers, as well as a $300 cash prize for the victors. So we're talking about a $150 difference here, which is pretty significant when you think about it. These guys are going to be playing well, and BikeRush, I know he loves that dollar bill, y'all. We'll go ahead and say that. So I'm expecting a very good performance out of him today, despite seeing him departing early in the Tiberium Wars 1 vs 1 Spring Showdown, which is going to be on my channel very soon. Semifinal A is already up, so you can check that out if you get a chance. But that shameless promotion aside, we do have a number of bikes here out from DirtyDutch, going to be looking to put on some pressure to Wookibert. Will he actually be able to do any damage here? He might try to trade against the War Factory. I don't know that that will necessarily work out in his favor, though. Looks like there was a bit of a messy bike engagement here up in the north. BikeRush actually on the retreat, and now it is looking like is going to be DirtyDutch putting on the aggression. Nice control here from Wookibert to actually have those buggies on the front lines. BikeRush going to be joining with the bike buggy of his own, and this is a very scary force here from these guys as they're going to rush forward. The Raider buggy's not actually tanking the damage. Looks like the bikes are actually being expended to the Seeker tanks, so the Seeker tanks may have actually managed to cut down enough of these bikes to slow things down. But now Masterleaf is completely undefended, drops down the tier 2 straight in front of his warp sphere. That's interesting, trying to building block his units so they don't get killed straight away, and maybe just trying to keep that tier 2 alive. But now BikeRush and Wookibert are here putting pressure onto Masterleaf, and it's looking like DirtyDutch is nowhere to be seen as he lost the majority of his bike army. Wow, Masterleaf has already been defeated, throwing over the control of his units to DirtyDutch, and DirtyDutch says, not gonna do it, not gonna be up for the 1v2, and BikeRush pick up a quick game number 1. 3 minutes and 46 seconds, definitely not what I was expecting for this matchup, but Masterleaf being set so far behind by the blind read from Wookibert to go for those shadow teams absolutely massacred the Disintegrator opening from Masterleaf, and well played there. Gotta give him credit, he absolutely stomped that, and BikeRush and Wookibert both capitalized on that by punishing Masterleaf even further by sending their bike buggy army into his base and killing whatever they can. So good game number 1, very intense, but we're going to be jumping into game number 2 momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. Alright, and game number 2 of this best of 7 final series brings us to the map Forgotten Forest. And spawning on the far right side as the first member of Team DGAF, as the yellow black hand, we have DirtyDutch. And his teammate just to the north of him as the purple Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. And then as the first member of Team BikeRush on the left-hand side as the red black hand, we have BikeRush Owns. And down to the left of him as the blue black hand as well, we have Wookibert. So it's Team BikeRush versus Team DGAF. It is 1-0 to BikeRush, but it is anybody's game, or rather anybody's match as of now, as we are only 1 game into a best of 7, so there's at least 4 games if they do in fact all go BikeRush's way, which I very much doubt that will be the case. But Masterleaf, despite being shut down by the Shadow Team opening, he's going to opt to go for Disintegrators again in this game. So both players for Team BikeRush are in fact black hands, so I mean, he's not going to be able to deny the map control, but they will be able to shut down the Disintegrators from really doing too much damage. And honestly, these Disintegrators may dissuade these guys from going for any type of a Flame Rush as well, which would be shut down pretty heavily by the Disintegrators, as well as the follow-up Cultists, which would inevitably come out. Double War Factory all-in for Wookibert. He is going all-in Bike Buggy. Is it going to be the same for oh, it's going to be double all-in for Team BikeRush. And Masterleaf, he's got an uphill battle to climb here, as we do have the Disintegrators being focused down here by the Raider Buggies. More than likely, Team DGAF FU have realized that they're up against double War Factory all-in. What is going to be the response coming out from DirtyDutch? He's got a single War Factory. Is he going to be able to hold on in this game? Double War Factory all-in Bike Buggy from both of these guys. Very, very interesting. I'm actually kind of excited that this has happened. We don't see this all this often, especially not in a 2v2. It used to be very frequent. BikeRush was known very much so for Bike Buggy all-in pretty much every game, just to make things go a little bit quicker. And maybe that's what he's going for again in this series. But it's looking like it's mostly buggies here for Wookibert, and it's going to be predominantly bikes for BikeRush Owns. So it's looking like Wookibert is going to be the frontline tank. So this is a lot of coordination here from these two players, and it's looking like Wookibert has actually managed to kill off the majority of the Disintegrators here. Seeker tanks coming out as well as rocket squads, and the buggies have managed to tank a majority of the damage. The bikes actually coming in, trying to get as many kills as they possibly can. Another Harvester. Wow, that Harvester's still alive. Is it going to survive? Oh, it's so close. There it is. Okay, so it finally does go down. But man, they have traded so cost ineffectively, and this is looking very, very good, actually, for Team DGAF FU, as they've managed to hold this off without taking too many Harvester losses here, and that is critical at this juncture, as if you lose too many Harvesters, you're going to put yourself way behind, and in a situation where they're double War Factory all-in, it could get very scary very quickly. And it's looking like it's still double War Factory Bike Buggy production coming out from both BikeRush and Wookibert, so they're not ready to give up on this just yet, despite the fact that they have been beaten back by Team DGAF. Now BikeRush, he's got a number of buggies out on the front lines as well. Doesn't look like he has a whole lot of bikes to speak of, so it's looking like he's going to stick with predominantly buggies now, just more than likely trying to deal with the Disintegrators. Pretty good against Seeker tanks as well, and we do actually have a Hand of Nod drop going to be getting out a Confessor Cabal squad on the front lines. Not quite sure what the intention was there, but it's a huge buggy army here from Team BikeRush, and they're actually trading pretty ineffectively, unfortunately, with the Disintegrators from Masterleaf, and with Masterleaf holding off this attack pretty much by himself, aside from a couple of bikes here from DirtyDutch. He's going to be allowing DirtyDutch a little bit of breathing room here to get himself situated and get some Harvesters out on the field and really get some economy advantage over the top of BikeRush and Wookibert. Meanwhile, Masterleaf is going to continue to charge forward, and I think he realizes that the defensive capabilities here of BikeRush and Wookibert are actually pretty limited, but Wookibert has actually managed to pump out another construction yard, and he's going to be transitioning out of this all-in. Does have some Shredder turrets to defend against the Disintegrators from coming in. I don't know that this has been spotted yet by Team DGAF, and they're more than likely expecting both of these guys to still be all in. That's not going to be the case, but the double all in has not worked for these guys just yet. So BikeRush and Wookibert, they're going to be a little bit behind in terms of economy, as Masterleaf, no, he only has that single extractor, so they're sitting on pretty equal economic footing, actually. As Masterleaf's trying to trade in the north, as we see the Disintegrators kiting back and forth. Reverse move bug, unfortunately for BikeRush. Masterleaf not able to capitalize on it. Immediately micros those guys back, so BikeRush aware of the micro issues there, and he's going to fix that very, very quickly, not losing any of those units. Masterleaf maybe missing an opportunity there to take out a couple of buggies, but very, very small stuff. But it's the small stuff that can make a big difference in a skill matchup like this. And yeah, this is it's looking like BikeRush and Wookibert may be able to hold on here. I mean, they've managed to get that MCV out very quickly, and I think honestly that's what would have staved off the Disintegrators here. BikeRush is doing a nice job of keeping Disintegrators out of his base. And we do actually have a massive lag here. Not quite sure what just happened, but a big lag. But the Disintegrators coming forward, taking a lot of damage from this Confessor Cabal squad. I don't think they actually have any flame upgrades just yet, but man, they are not trading effectively. Meanwhile, we did have battle markers here. It looks like it's just infantry standing on Tiberium. Maybe another Harvester taking a bit of damage from some bikes. But Masterleaf, he's got a decent-sized force here down in the south. Could potentially be coming in for a little bit of harassment here, but there is a Shredder turret from Wookibert that's going to be holding the line. What else do we have for these guys? Right-hand side, Masterleaf with some more Disintegrators just kind of moving around the map, trying to keep that map control in favor of Team DGAF. And what else do we have coming out from DirtyDutch? DirtyDutch, it looks like he's about to drop his refinery on his expansion. That's going to be really good. That's exactly what you need to be doing in this situation. You've got the map control. Use that to your advantage to get some economy established and be able to counter the unit production that's going to be coming out from Team BikeRush as they try to break this map control of Team DGAF. What else do we have going on in the meantime? Bike's falling back here from DirtyDutch. He doesn't want to continue to commit into those forces. Masterleaf still getting some trades here down in the south, unfortunately facing off against Confessor Cabal squads. That's not going to work out for him at all. He's going to definitely take some losses, but actually, yeah, the Disintegrator's going down. Not able to clean up these Confessor Cabal squads quite quick enough. There are a couple of buzzers here as well. I'm not sure if that was from a support power or what have you. Does he actually have tier 2? No, he does not have tier 2, at least not from what I can tell. Second refinery comes down for DirtyDutch. Kind of strange placement, though, because that leaves these guys open to getting Tiberium Catalyst missiled. And yeah, I don't know about that decision. That's a pretty scary placement of that extractor, but maybe they're expecting these guys to not make it to tier 4. But I would not put that past both BikeRush and Wookibert, both known for using Blackhand one-clicks pretty significantly in games. BikeRush, he has sold off all of his production facilities. Actually, no, he's expanded to the middle. He's triple Hand of Nod. I'm sorry, double Hand of Nod with a Hand of Nod from Wookibert as well. And it's going to be triple Hand of Nod production here coming out from BikeRush, and going to be seeing rocket squads. We do see the Buzzer Swarm support power being called in by Masterleaf. Going to try to get some kills on some of these rocket squads. Actually gets a decent number of kills here. Finally gets cleaned up. The bikes from DirtyDutch coming forward and actually running through the entire base here. I don't know if that was just a Q move from DirtyDutch or what it was, but that was very strange to say the least. And now the Scorpion tanks are getting pretty good crushes here on these rocket squads. Have managed to thin the numbers pretty significantly, as we do have Masterleaf following up with some additional units. And this is looking very scary for Team BikeRush. This push was looking very good, but BikeRush is actually thrown in the towel. Wookibert has been defeated. Team DGAF taking game number 2. So the early game all-in from BikeRush and Wookibert did not work. They managed to transition out of it. Masterleaf and DirtyDutch held on, put the counter pressure back on those guys, but BikeRush own said, you know what, let's go aggro again. Sends a second MCV forward and is dropping Hands of Nod all over the place. And he was trying to spam out to a huge number of rocket squads, was not able to get up to that without being spotted. Had it gone unscouted for a little, like maybe 30 seconds, those guys would have had a very scary amount of infantry and would have potentially been able to steamroll through that base. But unfortunately dropping the game there, but bringing us even in score 1-1 for this best of 7 series. So it's anybody's match coming up in game number 3. Hello everybody and welcome to game number 3 of the Kane's Wrath 2 vs 2 Championship Tournament Finals, and that brings us to the map Downtown Dust Bowl. And I have no idea where these guys spawn, so give me a second here to figure this out. So spawning on the left-hand side as the first member of Team DGAF, as the orange black hand, we have Masterleaf. And his teammate just down to the south of him, as the yellow black hand, we have DirtyDutch. And off to the right-hand side, as the red black hand, we have BikeRush owns. And making it a black hand party, and the final member of Team BikeRush in the north as the blue black hand, we have Wookibert. So, I think the scoreboard's right, so I'll go ahead and plop that up. Yeah, pretty sure that's right. I'll actually just change the color real quick. But yeah, so it's Team DGAF on the left-hand side, or rather the far left and the bottom side, against the right side and top side. So, should be an interesting game. All black hand. This was the map choice of BikeRush, so maybe looking to go for a bit of an aggro build here. Maybe looking to go for double War Factory all in. These guys could essentially 1v1 their opponents and come out on top. And I think Masterleaf and DirtyDutch realized that that was probably going to be the case. They're going to be trying to dissuade these guys from doing that by going black hand themselves. And depending on how they're able to micro this one out, it should come out pretty well in whoever gets the better engagement's favor. That's exactly what I can hope for. I mean, a mirror matchup in a situation where we've got 4 good players, we can only guess what it's going to end up meaning. But a second refinery comes down for Wookibert. What else do we have coming out from BikeRush? It's looking like it's going to be a second refinery for BikeRush as well, so not double War Factory all in like you would have maybe expected on this map. This map touted as one of the worst all-in maps in the game, just due to the fact that there's a short rush distance and it's pretty wide open, so there's lots of pathways that you can get into your opponent's base. Plus the green Tiberium field, or rather the Tiberium field that you harvest off of to begin with, is out in front of your base rather than behind it. It's a bit more difficult to defend. But yeah, no early aggression here from either side, so very, very interesting. Maybe both reading that they're black hands, so don't necessarily want to go too crazy, as they know it could potentially get shut down, and whoever gets shut down early is more than likely going to end up staying behind throughout the majority of the game, unless their opponent can really come to their aid. We'll have to see, but it's really just scout engagements here early on, everybody just ecoing up. That's kind of interesting for a black hand game. Would not be terribly shocked to see really heavy bike buggy engagements here early on, as we're seeing some right now. Actually, bike buggy just trading here between BikeRush owns and DirtyDutch on the right-hand side of things. Meanwhile, Masterleaf and Wookibert duking it out on the left-hand side. These guys did not pick their positions, so it's not like they were trying to avoid one another. But BikeRush and Masterleaf not necessarily ending up in a 1v1 situation just yet, which was maybe what we would be hoping for. But DirtyDutch, he's an aggressive player, so he's somebody that I would expect. Oh, the snipe of the engineer. Not quite sure what happened there. Whoa, wait a second. Whoa, okay, so MCV was either destroyed or sold off here. Man, that is a huge loss here for DirtyDutch. Hand away for 1 second here, and he did lose it. Maybe he sold it off. Late double War Factory all in here from BikeRush. I don't know if he sold his MCV and then sent the engineer down to grab the MCV of DirtyDutch. It doesn't appear as though that was necessarily the case. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure that was a red engineer, so I think that's exactly what happened. You should be able to catch that on BikeRush's channel if he is streaming, so you'll be able to see that. But yeah, it's looking very good for BikeRush on the right-hand side of things. Meanwhile, what do we have going on the left-hand side? Masterleaf is looking pretty strong here. He's got a decent number of Scorpion tanks. Actually, a very scary-looking Scorpion tank army here, as he's going to push forward. Going to be up against Scorpion tank spam here from Wookibert, but he needs to actually defend his ally or risk being knocked out of the game here by getting 2v1'd, as DirtyDutch is definitely struggling against BikeRush, as we can see. This attack is raging on. DirtyDutch actually throwing in the towel, so Masterleaf is going to be forced to stick this one out 1v2 against BikeRush and Wookibert. Meanwhile, he's been forced back from that attack up in the north, and it's looking very, very dire here for Masterleaf. Not ready to throw in the towel just yet. I think he realizes that he's got a lot of Scorpion tanks, so I think if he gets one pretty good engagement, he's going to be in a pretty good situation. He's microing all over the place, though, trying to keep harvesters alive and get as much as he possibly can out of this. He's going to continue to harvest off of this field, if nothing else, just deny the Tiberium gathering from BikeRush as he inevitably expands down this direction. But he doesn't have an MCV, at least not to speak of. More bike buggy coming out from BikeRush, so delayed double War Factory all in, sold the MCV, went and captured the MCV of Dirty Dutch. At least I believe that is what happened. We did miss that, but hey, it does happen. I was not expecting it, and we were busy watching the action. But Masterleaf, in the meantime, he's got a very good concave here on Wookibert, but he's got a huge army to deal with that's coming into his base right now, and it's ravaging this base. And Masterleaf, realizing that he's caught between a rock and a hard place, he's going to throw in the towel, giving game number 3 over to Team BikeRush. So I'd be interested to hear in the chat, if you guys are watching BikeRush's stream, if he sold his MCV and then used that engineer to capture the MCV of Dirty Dutch. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, because I did see a red engineer from BikeRush down very close to the base of Dirty Dutch. So I can only imagine that that's what happened, but I'm not quite sure. But very, very interesting and exciting match. Very, very fast, 5 minutes and 5 seconds. We've been seeing lightning speed games. Minus maybe the last game was a little bit slower, but they've been pretty quick all around. And with that said, we're going to be brought into game number 4 with Team BikeRush up 2-1. All right, everybody, and welcome to game number 4 of this best of 7 final series between Team BikeRush and Team DGAF. And with that, we are brought to the map Hurricane Lands. And spawning on the far left side as the red black hand, we have BikeRush owns. And just to the right of him, smurfing as Big Being as the orange vanilla nod this time, you have Wookibert. And then moving over to the right-hand side as the purple Traveler 59, you have Masterleaf. And then just down to the right of him as the yellow black hand, we have DirtyDutch. So it is 2-1 in favor of Team BikeRush. It is game number 4, so best of 7 series, first to 4 wins. So it's anybody's series still. It's still very close. Game number 4, we could be seeing the score evened up, or it could be set even further in the favor of Team BikeRush. We'll have to see how these guys choose to play this one out. BikeRush has been extremely aggressive in pretty much every game so far, so I'm interested to see how they turn this one out, as we see Wookibert actually did go nod this time around, as opposed to going for the dual black hand that they've been doing, and Masterleaf just going for that Traveler 59, and DirtyDutch sticking with his black hand as well. So not too much divergence here as far as faction choices goes. It's still double nod versus nod and Traveler 59, or rather nod and Scrin, talking just base factions. So no GDI, unfortunately. I love the GDI play, but not going to be seeing that out of these guys. Not today. Surprisingly enough, Masterleaf may have been dissuaded here from going for his early game fast leg disintegrators, as we do not see them coming out. Maybe because of the fact that Wookibert did go for nod, did not necessarily want to deal with shadow teams shutting him down like we saw in game number 1. That was a painful game for him on Unsound Investment, as Wookibert punished him for being very, very predictable. Wookibert actually this time around did not go for the blind shadow team opening, maybe realizing that Masterleaf wouldn't commit to it, but at least scared Masterleaf away from going for those early game disintegrators. So nice move on him to kind of mind game him out of it. Maybe have bought these guys a little bit of breathing room as far as map control goes. Masterleaf doesn't seem to be too fussed about it. He's not actually going for any type of early tech. Going to be going straight for that expansion and looking to get his refinery down. Leaving himself a little open to some harassment here from Team BikeRush, as the early game nod pressure is actually pretty significant in the form of the bike buggy. Scorpion tanks as well, pretty good. More than likely going to be seeing Masterleaf dropping down and then probably getting out like a portal and then maybe going straight into fast legs once he gets to his expansion. A little bit of a freeze here, not quite sure what is going on. DirtyDutch saying thought you fixed it, so it must have been Wookibert that is lagging. That's a little bit unfortunate, but he's on a different account now, so maybe thinking that is not the case. The BM is real. These guys throwing jabs back and forth, and by that I mean DirtyDutch throwing out the jabs. Then again, he's been known for being a little bit more vocal. That's the word that I think we'll use than most. But hey, what's a good game without a little bit of friendly jabbing back and forth? And we do have a couple of bikes as well as a buggy rolling around here for DirtyDutch. Just going to be trying to stop any early game harassment coming out from either side, but BikeRush, he's just going eco here. He's got tier 2 down. He's already upgraded a power plant. Maybe seeing a Reckoner or a Flame Tank, as we see a Flame Tank coming out right now. Not sure if there's anything else out on the field. I don't think there is. Just a buggy just trying to get eyes on where the forces of Masterleaf are, as we do actually see him de-garrison this Confessor Cabal squad out with the combined Buzzer and Gunwalker combination here. That Raider buggy being allowed to get a lot of scouting information, surprisingly enough. Keeping eyes on where those forces are. Where is that Flame Tank? It looks like the Flame Tank has been sent up to the left-hand side. It looks like the Operations Center has been sold off. So there's a dual Blackhand Reckoner floating around here. Could potentially come in and do a lot of damage. DirtyDutch, in the meantime, has dropped his second War Factory, has only expanded a little ways down, has not actually gone down into this area, which you normally see at this point in the game, just because you want to see both teams, or rather both players from the team, being able to drop on separate fields. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Otherwise, BikeRush, he's going to be sending some units over, or rather trying to defend his base. Beacon coming out. It looks like maybe the double War Factory has been spotted. Don't know where the Flame Tank or Reckoner has ended up. And knowing BikeRush, they're somewhere. Try to use this lag as an opportunity to actually spot where the those forces have gone. Where is it? I don't see the Flame Tank and I don't see the Reckoner. And we have Bike Buggy actually facing off against a Bike Buggy. I don't know what happened to those forces there. Really concerned that I'm going to miss it here, but I guess we'll actually see it on the minimap. We're actually seeing a pretty heavy engagement here coming out from Masterleaf, really committing hard into harassing the production here from BikeRush. Doesn't have a huge army, but he's dropped the repair drones here. Just going to be able to kind of equal the repair capabilities out with BikeRush, and he's just going to be milking those Scorpion tanks the second they come out. And the Flame Tank now committing into this field, going to be trying to get some damage. It looks like he's going to focus down the Disintegrators, realizing that maybe he won't actually get any structures for his trouble. Could potentially drop the Tier 2 pretty quickly. That may set Masterleaf a little bit behind. He's instead going to focus down the Stasis Chamber. An interesting decision, but not the worst thing in the world. It actually, the Cultists do come out and gonna be grabbing the... okay, so they do grab the Flame Tank. I did not see that straight away. Dual Blackhand Reckoner has managed to make its way all the way over, and the MCV is trying desperately to escape. Will it get away? Oh my god, that's so close to going down. DirtyDutch breathing a sigh of relief here. Oh my god, the bike! The bike focused down. The bikes. The MCV goes down. BikeRush has managed to pull it off, and the support from Wookibert able to clean that one up. So great control there from those guys. Going to be dropping the MCV of DirtyDutch. Meanwhile, Masterleaf still putting the pressure onto the forces of BikeRush, trying desperately to snipe the production here as it's coming out. And the Flame Tank from BikeRush being sent into his own base, not doing a tremendous amount of damage, but we'll be cleaning up what he can here. A couple of bikes and buggy here out from DirtyDutch, going to be adding insult to injury here up in the north. No, I'm sorry, that's actually Wookibert going to be cleaning up the forces of Masterleaf, so nice move there. Actually, the dual Blackhand Reckoner is still alive. Surprisingly enough, has not flamed down the Tiberium Spike. I would have expected that to occur. We do have some more lag here. Not quite sure what's going on. But all the same, we have bikes rolling through. Bikes rolling through here. I think Wookibert attributing his internet woes to his family members. It's an unfortunate part of sharing a home with somebody. Is that you do have to deal with the fact that they're probably on the internet too. But we do have Disintegrators pushing forward here along with Gunwalker support. That's a pretty scary force from Masterleaf. It's going to be forcing these units to fall back here as they do freeze in time. Wookibert just buying himself a little bit of breathing time here as his internet is extremely slow, unfortunately. Buggy's coming forward, trying to take out some of the Disintegrators. The Disintegrators are doing a great job sitting on the back lines. There are some Cultists back there as well, potentially come in. Doesn't actually look like Fast Legs are done. No, they're not done. That's interesting. Not what I would have expected out of Masterleaf. Fast Legs is usually the first thing on the cards, but maybe they were denied, as we did see the Stasis Chamber go down. So wow, I didn't realize that he didn't have Fast Legs when that went down. So that was actually a really good snipe from BikeRush to take that out. And now Fast Legs is probably done. Yeah, it has been completed, but the Shredder turrets focusing down the Gunwalkers, surprisingly enough, sells that one off. I don't know about the decision to sell that off so quickly, but he is going to get himself a Confessor Cabal squad out of it. More Shredder turrets coming down. I don't know about the decision here from Masterleaf to commit into so many Shredder turrets. What's going on the right-hand side of the map? Looks like the Reckoner has been cleaned up. All of the Black Hand members have been cleaned up as well. But Wookibert, he's got Scorpion tanks in the base of DirtyDutch, and DirtyDutch doesn't have much to defend it off with, as he only has a number of bikes and buggies here to hold the line. MCV comes out on the front lines. This could be devastating. Wookibert's getting free damage on that MCV. He does unpack it now, and now he should be able to hold the line. The forces of Masterleaf going to be joining the battle here, and that MCV was looking to be in a very difficult situation. I thought for a second there that it was going to be going down, and that would have been lights out for DirtyDutch. I don't know how he could have recovered from that. Looks like there is a mind-controlled Scorpion tank here coming out from Masterleaf. He's managed to grab one of those. He's actually going to clear some of the mines with one of their own tanks, so interesting use of the mind control. Decent number of cultists out on the field, but the Venom's getting cleaned up very quickly by the Gunwalkers. They absolutely shred through the paper-thin armor of the Venoms, so not the greatest thing in the world to see, but cultists actually getting chased away now by a decent number of buggies, actually being forced to grab some of the buggies themselves. I can imagine this lag is frustrating for Masterleaf, just having to use the mind control on these guys. It's a bit difficult when it is lagging, I have to say that. I haven't played a whole lot of games, but I know that for a fact. And it's looking like actually BikeRush is being forced back here by the forces of Masterleaf. Don't know where DirtyDutch is. He's more than likely still reeling from his earlier punishment by DirtyDutch and BikeRush owns. And Masterleaf is going to try to give him some breathing room here by committing into this force. He's got both BikeRush and Wookibert to deal with here. Got a nice temporal wormhole, going to be locking down the majority of this infantry, giving those gunwalkers a lot of time to actually focus them down. But unfortunately, he's losing the majority of his disintegrators here to the shredder turrets. And Wookibert is saying, "I'm so sorry." Yeah, it is what it is, man. It's not something to be worried about. But Venom's actually on the back lines, getting cleaned up by the forces of Masterleaf, and Masterleaf, he's not winning this engagement, but he's stalling these guys, I think, long enough to really allow DirtyDutch the time that he needs to get back in the game. He's been set so far behind. He has double War Factory. Does he have his MCV still? He does. More than likely queuing a refinery. Wants to get that on his expansion as quickly as possible. What else do we have going on in the meantime? It looks like Bike Buggy is coming out from DirtyDutch, going to be trying to assist Masterleaf in this attack effort, but it's more or less just units trading against other units. Not much more going on there. We do have a lot of Raider buggies out. Honestly, EMP upgrade would not be the worst thing in the world in this situation. Come in and at least lock down the gunwalkers or even the mechapeds. One mechapede does go down. Venom's coming in trying to clean up some of the cultists. They do manage to clean up the majority of the cultists. Gunwalkers are phased. They're getting some crushes off, but it's not critical. And the mechapeds actually have only a couple of disc segments. I believe they are primarily shard launcher segments, so not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage to these Venoms, but honestly the Venoms don't do a huge amount of return damage. And the Venom's actually being focused down here as we see the bikes coming in from DirtyDutch on the left-hand side. Huge amount of bikes here, going to be able to focus down a decent number of harvesters as we do stall out a little bit here. But man, there's just action raging across the map. MCV is packed up for Wookibert, not quite sure what he's doing there. The refineries here from Wookibert being forced to be sold off. He's going to lose all of his harvesters. He has bikes. He has mechapeds to deal with. This is not good for Wookibert. He's lost the majority of his economy on his expansion, and I don't know that he's really got a huge economy on this other expansion. He actually does have a pretty significant amount of economy. BikeRush, he's thrown in the towel. I didn't even realize that he was gone. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if he just gave up based on the lag, but it looks like he is gone at the moment. But Team DGAF, it's looking like they're going to come through with a victory potentially here. It's going to depend on how well micro intensive Wookibert has behind him, but I don't even know what I just said. Team BikeRush going to be dropping down game number 4 and going to be evening up the score 2-2. So yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what the heck I was trying to say. I was trying to recover from making a critical grammar mistake, and then I was like, let's just exacerbate that by adding more grammar mistakes on top of it. But great game coming out from Masterleaf and DirtyDutch. DirtyDutch was punished so hard early, but Masterleaf really put the pressure onto BikeRush and Wookibert and did not allow them to breathe during that time, and allowed DirtyDutch to get himself back in the game. That coordinated effort between Masterleaf and DirtyDutch to attack the expansion of Wookibert, just shutting down that refinery, was really good. And not quite sure what happened to BikeRush. He may have just not wanted to deal with the lag, but he did GG out of that game pretty early. So Team DGAF picking up second game here in this series, and it's going to be evening the score up to 2-2. So that's going to be bringing us to game number 5 with an even score, which is what we would have hoped for. And that's going to be coming up momentarily, everybody, so be sure to stick around. And that brings us to game number 5 on the map, Alpine Valleys. And spawning on the bottom right corner as the purple Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. And his teammate just down to the left of him in the bottom left corner as the yellow Black Hand, we have DirtyDutch. And then moving to the upper left corner as the first member of Team Wookibert as the red Black Hand, we have BikeRush Owns. And his teammate, and rounding out all 4 players, spawning in the upper right-hand corner as the blue Nod, we have Wookibert. So I'm pretty sure I've got the scoreboard and all that stuff right. Yes, I do. 2 versus 2. Literally couldn't have hoped for anything better. Maybe some better games, but it's been interesting all the same. But all tied up here in game number 5. It is literally anybody's game at this point. Still need to see 2 wins come out for either side in order for someone to secure a victory. So there is no end necessarily in sight. We could potentially go to an ace match, which would be absolutely fantastic. But hey, won't get our hopes too high. We'll have to see how this one shakes out. But Alpine Valley is an interesting map. Not one that I would have expected from these guys, but maybe BikeRush and Wookibert, I believe they had map choice here, choosing to go for this map, being that they are good 1v1 players. Maybe they want to try to exploit that advantage by having it be a 1v1 situation. It looks like there was the blind counter with the Shadow Team opener here again from Wookibert, but I don't know that he's necessarily going to be able to kill off all of those disintegrators. It looks like there's only 1 Shadow Team here, and he's actually in the trees, so he has managed to blind counter this again. Going to be able to clean up the majority of the disintegrators. It looks like the disintegrators are going to turn and fight. They will not be able to win that fight. The damage output from the Shadow Team is just too extensive. So great blind read there from Wookibert. Once again has managed to completely shut down Masterleaf, and this is going to put Masterleaf on tilt. He is way behind now. He has no disintegrators out on the map. He's invested in fast legs as well, so that puts him even further behind. And that's going to allow Wookibert and BikeRush to really punish that early game advantage. I mean, Wookibert expending money on those Shadow Teams, it's much more cost effective to have those out on the map. Actually sells up his Warp Sphere, realizing that he's not going to be able to hold on. I think he's realizing that he's more than likely going to get pressured very heavily, needs to spam out disintegrators to try to hold the line. Reactors taking a bit of damage. It goes down to about half HP as the Shadow Teams get a bomb off on it. Instant fly method from Wookibert. Great control to keep that Shadow Team alive. That's just an ever-present threat from Wookibert that could potentially come back in and get another bombing run off, as you only need 1 member of that squad to actually punish that. But meanwhile, we have BikeRush trying to put the pressure onto DirtyDutch. What has he got in the meantime? It doesn't look like he's gone all in, at least not from what I can tell. Oh, did he go all in? Where is BikeRush's MCV? I think he's gone all in. So BikeRush has gone 1 War Factory all in? This is very strange. Not what I would have anticipated. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on with BikeRush right now. I kind of missed this. I don't think anything was sniped. It's very strange, to be honest. But I guess DirtyDutch on the left-hand side, he does have the advantage. He's still got his MCV. He's got some forces out on the field, can defend against these harassment attacks from BikeRush. I don't know what his plan was. I mean, he's got a decent amount of bike buggy out, but it's not going to be nearly enough to deal with the forces of DirtyDutch. So yeah, very, very strange to say the least. I don't know if he had packed up his MCV and went for a move and it got sniped, or what the deal was, but we were busy focusing on what was going on with Masterleaf and unfortunately missed it. Unless, I mean, BikeRush has that MCV hiding somewhere that I can't see. I don't see it on the mini-map, so I'm pretty sure it's down. But the bikes are actually trading back and forth here. BikeRush trying desperately to keep DirtyDutch in his own base. Looking like he's actually traded a fair bit of damage onto DirtyDutch's base here. He doesn't have a whole lot to speak of. I mean, he's being forced to produce off of 1 War Factory, so he cannot rebuild his MCV. And he's going to need some help here from Wookibert in the very, very near future if he wants to get himself back into this game. Otherwise, Masterleaf and DirtyDutch are really going to be able to punish this. And the question will be, will they realize it quickly enough to get over there and really exploit this advantage that they have? They are still continuing to trade with the forces of BikeRush, just dwindling those forces a little bit more. And that's going to reduce the ability of BikeRush to really defend against any follow-up attack. Looks like the fast leg disintegrators coming in from Masterleaf not necessarily ready to commit into this attack, but now BikeRush is caught between a rock and a hard place. He's got bikes to deal with from DirtyDutch. He's got disintegrators to deal with from Masterleaf, and now the Harvester snipes are going to be real. Wookibert has responded with a single Venom, going to be trying to kill off the disintegrators, realizing that that's the majority of the DPS here. A lot of the Harvester killing damage, but the Venom does go down. The majority of the disintegrators have been cleaned up. They are still streaming in here from Masterleaf, and meanwhile the bikes have been attacking Harvesters. Only one Harvester remaining here for BikeRush. He is pretty much out of this game. Let's take a look on the right-hand side. Seeker tanks even in the base of Wookibert, so punishment coming out from all sides here. Team DGAF FU looking very, very good right now. Could potentially be putting themselves up in this series by one game. Would be very interesting to see that happening. I would have expected it to go the other way, but hey, you know, when money's on the line, apparently Masterleaf comes out to play. So it looks like Wookibert actually has a decent number of Scorpion tanks here. I'm not quite sure where they've been. Looks like they were dealing with some Seeker tanks maybe here up in the top right corner, but Wookibert does not have a whole lot to speak of right now. I mean, he's got a refinery and a war factory out on the front lines here. He's got harvesting on that blue Tiberium field, but BikeRush is way behind. I mean, like, astonishingly behind. I'm kind of surprised that Masterleaf and DirtyDutch didn't really just continue to put the pressure on and just finally knock him out as a threat. I mean, if BikeRush is able to get himself back in the game, he could potentially get himself really, really heavily back into the game and be a very serious damage threat, but he's actually sold off his war factory. He's way behind in terms of economy. He's trying desperately to keep himself alive, drops a power plant on the front lines. More than likely will have to sell that off to kill any harassment units. No, actually he's going to use it for the power plants to get his base defenses online. He's more than likely queuing some base defenses. He does. He actually sells off a shredder turret on the front lines. Maybe a little bit preemptive, but hey, wants to defend himself all the same. Meanwhile, Wookibert's actually responded, has sent some buggies up to defend that. And actually, BikeRush is still alive, so despite being way, way behind, not quite sure exactly what happened to his MCV, but he was way behind. It must have got sniped by the disintegrators from Masterleaf. That's my only thought that it could possibly be. It's the only thing that seems to make sense, because he wouldn't have gone all in with just a single war factory. But BikeRush is getting himself back into this game slowly but surely. He's got 2 harvesters as well as a war factory now, being forced to sell off some of his power plants. It powers down his shredder turrets. He needs to sell these guys off. Unfortunately, there are a decent number of bikes here that are going to be coming in looking to do some damage to the harvesters here of BikeRush. If too many harvesters get sniped, in fact, if one harvester gets sniped, that's probably lights out for BikeRush. I don't know how he can really recover from this. He could sell off all of his infrastructure, but honestly, if he loses these 2 harvesters, that's going to be it. He has no way of gaining that economy back. Yeah, he has lost all of his harvesters. Another harvester comes out on the front line. BikeRush is not done just yet. They have managed to stave off this attack, but he's been set so far behind. And meanwhile, Masterleaf is continuing to put pressure on Wookibert on the right-hand side. Wookibert does have an economy advantage over the top of Masterleaf, and he's actually expanded towards Masterleaf as well, as opposed to expanding over towards BikeRush, which is kind of interesting. He's kind of leaving BikeRush to his own devices here. I don't know if he's just chosen to go this one-man army here to try to hold off on the left-hand side, but if he goes down, it's almost an assured victory here for Team DGAF-FU. And the Seeker tank's actually coming forward, trying to take out a Harvester. Not going to be able to take that out. The Scorpion tanks as well as the buggies here, more than likely going to be enough to actually force these guys to fall back. Unfortunately, the reverse move bug there, more than likely going to be claiming the life of that Seeker tank. No, it will get away. It's a nice move there from Masterleaf to save that. And what else do we have going on the left-hand side? It looks like some infantry as well as a couple of Raider buggies here out from BikeRush, going to be trying to grab himself some map control just to deny DirtyDutch from really getting in and punishing him for being so far behind. But DirtyDutch doesn't seem to be too focused on really harassing BikeRush for being so far behind. He's just going to eco up over the top of this and maybe try to look into really setting Wookibert behind. I think they realize they've put BikeRush so far behind that he's really not a threat at this point in the game. And if they can eliminate the threat of Wookibert, then they're going to have a real advantage. They need to be careful not to get killed off by some cheeky tactics here from BikeRush. Honestly, some flame tanks could really even up this fight pretty heavily. And we do have a number of Scorpion tanks here from DirtyDutch continuing to kite around here. Honestly, the capture of this defensive tower would be pretty critical. That would be a huge amount of either defensive capability or offensive capability, depending on who captures it. It's looking like Wookibert's got full control of this structure, so it's not going to be going in favor of DirtyDutch anytime in the near future. But what else do we have going on in the meantime? Like, these forces are being forced back here. A number of Scorpion tanks pretty heavily damaged, but the Seeker tank army from Masterleaf maybe turning the turrets onto BikeRush here. It's looking like it's coming towards the north, and that would be pretty scary. Not quite sure where BikeRush's MCV has gone. Did he lose another MCV? Please tell me he didn't. He sold his MCV! There's a Saboteur headed down to the south. Did he have... He's got double War Factory, so I think he's realized that he can't win the MCV and tech game. BikeRush is actually thrown in the towel! Very interesting. Selling up his MCV and just not willing to continue in this game. And Wookibert going to do the same. And that puts DGAF FU up 3 games to 2. Wow, that's not how I was expecting that game to go. I was really expecting BikeRush and Wookibert to really come out in a 1v1 situation like that, but I really don't know what happened to BikeRush. I'm assuming that Masterleaf managed to get in there with Disintegrators and snipe that MCV, which just put him so far behind. But BikeRush not able to get himself back up into that game. So DirtyDutch and Masterleaf in striking distance of taking first place and a $300 cash prize, and that would be devastating for BikeRush because that would be 2 times in a row where a large cash prize tournament was on the line, and he was routed by Masterleaf. And DirtyDutch going to be sharing in that potential victory here. We'll have to see how it turns out as game number 5, or rather game number 6, rather. That's going to be coming up momentarily, so be sure to stick around. All right, everybody, in game number 6 of this best of 7 final series for the Kane's Wrath 2 vs 2 championship tournament brings us to the map Tournament Shaft. And spawning down in the bottom right-hand corner as the first member of Team DGAF FU, as the yellow-black hand, we have DirtyDutch. And his teammate off to the left of him as the cyan Traveler 59, we have Masterleaf. And in the upper left corner as the first member of Team BikeRush, as the blue Vanilla Nod, we have Wookibert. And then on the right-hand side, rounding out all 4 players and the final member of Team BikeRush, as the red-black hand, we have BikeRush owns. So, a turn of events. We would not have expected this, but Team DGAFFU up 3 games to 2 in this best of 7 series. It is do or die for BikeRush owns and Wookibert. They absolutely have to pick up a victory in this game in order to stay alive and have an opportunity at the $300 cash prize. And we'll have to see how it ends up turning out, as the split is essentially a $75 difference whether you win or lose, because each player receives half of the proceeds based on a mutual agreement. And yeah, I mean, we're talking a $75 difference per player per team, and that's pretty significant when you're playing a tournament for money. So we'll have to see who comes out on top. Will Masterleaf continue his legacy of destroying BikeRush in cash prize tournaments? I'm not quite sure. He may live up to it. We'll see. As it would be a nice pickup for him. But likewise, DirtyDutch has been having an excellent showing today. Been absolutely stomping people left and right, and we'll have to see if he can keep that up as well. BikeRush and Wookibert, they really need to put 2 and 2 together here and get things rolling. They've been very much on different pages in the last couple of games, and we'll have to see if maybe they can swing things back around to the way they were playing in the first couple of games. But with that said, it is just straight up eco play coming out from both sides. As I say that, I'm pretty sure there's something coming out from DirtyDutch. Not quite sure exactly what it is, but okay, so he's just a little bit delayed on his refinery. That has to be for some specific reason. I'm not quite sure exactly what it is. He may have gone for some early game bikes. We do have Flame Tank, or rather Reckoner coming out from BikeRush, going to be coming into the base of Masterleaf. But maybe he is tired of Masterleaf shenanigans. Going to be coming in, looking to focus down the extractor. Should be able to get it. Assimilator comes out, may actually be able to get in there. Oh, no, he chooses not to actually repair it. So he is going to go ahead and repair that now. He waited for a second or two there. Wanted to see if he could get full repairs on it. But he's going to do that now. And actually, this Reckoner being forced to fire on some Seeker tanks doesn't actually get any kills. And actually de-garrisons now. Buzzer Hive dropped straight away, and the Black Hand Squad is going to chase away the Seeker tanks, but that effectively has been held off. Very nice move there from Masterleaf to keep himself alive. BikeRush owns. He's got double War Factory here. He's producing pretty heavily off of it. I thought for a second that he was all in again, but he is in fact not all in. He has his construction yard. We can see that he's still producing structures and defenses. And meanwhile, we can see Wookibert on the left-hand side has expanded towards the center as well. We haven't actually seen any expansions come out from our southern team just yet. Looks like this Black Hand Squad's still wreaking some havoc here, or at least forcing these guys to deal with it down in the bottom left. Meanwhile, right-hand side, it looks like DirtyDutch is going to use this opportunity to expand towards his ally as opposed to going for the more aggressive expansion. Probably a smart move. There is a lot of Tiberium on this map. Holy cow, I just realized. I'm looking at the minimap, and it's just like pretty much all green with a sliver of white in between. That actually rhymed, and I was not expecting it to. But BikeRush is actually going to put this Black Hand Squad to good use. He's going to try to flame down the Tiberium spike. That's actually a pretty smart move. He's actually choosing to run away from it now. Maybe some communication between BikeRush and Wookibert has taken place where Wookibert said, hey, don't kill that off, I'm going to capture it instead. That wouldn't be a horrible thing to do. Do we actually see EMP control centers in anybody's hands? No, nobody's actually invested in capturing any of the EMP control centers, though there are 4 on the map. That's quite interesting, to say the least. That'd be a pretty significant advantage if somebody had it, though you do need to invest $500 in an engineer to actually capture that. So the question is, do you want to open yourself up to that early game harass and the potential that you won't get to a situation where you'll be able to use it, or have that for the later game when it's going to be really useful? And actually, it looks like BikeRush has changed his mind. He's going to flame down that Tiberium spike now, saying, hey, screw you, I'm going to go ahead and kill it off anyways. A couple of disintegrators here that have made their way into the base Wookibert going to be killed off here now by Wookibert. It looks like he's managed to clean up the remainder of these forces as well. Scattered forces all over the map. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the mini-map, making sure I'm not missing anything critical, but like there's just units kind of all over the place right now. Battle markers all over the place. Might just be infantry standing on Tiberium. No, actually trying to de-garrison that structure. And it's looking like DirtyDutch and BikeRush are actually going to be sledging this one out on the right-hand side. DirtyDutch, unfortunately, sending his Scorpion tanks forward. He's actually getting a pretty nice engagement here. Beacon coming out from BikeRush, more than likely just spotting the fact that it's a double team here on the right-hand side, and he would be absolutely correct. And now the Scorpion tanks joined by the Disintegrators from Masterleaf. Pretty scary force here. Could potentially be putting BikeRush even further behind due to the fact that that's just a lot of damage output, and I don't think that BikeRush really has any heavy enough unit production to keep up with the spam that's coming his way. What else do we have going on in the meantime? More Scorpion tanks going to be joining the battle here for DirtyDutch. And what do we have? It looks like a Harvester going to be going down, and the remainder of the Harvesters for BikeRush going to be trying desperately to get away. No, they're actually going to micro back the other direction. That's an interesting move. He's actually sending that back into his base. The sell-up occurring from BikeRush. Not sure what his plan is here. He looks like he's selling up, maybe just out of frustration. But this is not looking good for BikeRush whatsoever. What's going on the left-hand side? Seeker tanks out of Masterleaf going to be harassing that defensive structure there from Wookibert. And man, it looks like BikeRush may have actually been defeated here on the right-hand side. Beacon has been placed by Masterleaf. Not quite sure where that occurred, but there's just forces everywhere. Wow, cultists have made their way around. They've stolen a couple of Scorpion tanks from BikeRush. At least I believe they're from BikeRush. They may be from Wookibert. And Wookibert's actually thrown in the towel, given everything over to BikeRush. And that is going to be giving him an opportunity to save this game and save the series. But now it's not going to be up to BikeRush. He is 1v2. It is Masterleaf and DirtyDutch's game to lose, but BikeRush is not going to be giving this one up, at least not anytime soon. He is contending for the finals here, and this is the last game if he loses it. And it's looking like actually the harassment coming out from Masterleaf going to be focusing down some Harvesters here. Though they don't have necessarily a ton of Tiberium, that is a decent amount of harvesting that could be taking place. Redeemer comes out, immediately sells off the Redeemer Engineering Facility. The production is pretty much limited to Hands of Nod at this point for BikeRush. He's going to desperately be trying to hold on. He's got a decent size base here as it sprawls across the entire top of the map, and will he be able to pull out the 2v1 come from behind victory here? It's definitely held off the attacks from Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, but now Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, if they've been playing this correctly, they're going to be macroing up on the back end of things. We do see beam cannons for the first time today, really. I think we saw a couple of beam cannons earlier today, but not a whole lot. Rage Gen goes off, so BikeRush going to have to play the dirty tactics here to actually come out on top, as he's going to be up against a superior army here, as we do have the beam cannons focusing down the Redeemer from long distance, as well as the entire Scorpion tank army, as well as the Seeker tank coming forward, going to be looking to destroy this Redeemer. The Redeemer is down to about half HP. It's getting pretty good crushes here on the forces of DirtyDutch and Masterleaf, but the Seeker tanks, or rather the cultists, running forward, capturing some units and using them against BikeRush. BikeRush, in the meantime, he's just spamming out infantry to support this Redeemer. The Redeemer is the main tank. If that goes down, that is likely going to be GG, but it has not gone down yet. It does have a repair pad. It can still survive in this game. Will he be able to continue to push forward? The beam cannons are a constant threat that are sitting on the back line. Cultists being used to capture some of these infantry from BikeRush. BikeRush continuing to pump out more and more infantry. He's got both Nod and Blackhand infantry at his disposal, more than likely spamming out Blackhand infantry at this point because they're far more powerful. Redeemer taking huge amounts of damage, and that goes down. Redeemer is down. BikeRush, how is he going to recover in this game, if he even can? The infantry is coming forward. GG coming out from DirtyDutch, spamming that out. The BM is real. It is real, and it is here, folks. But BikeRush, he's not ready to give up yet. He's got a decent-sized infantry force. He's going to continue to push forward and not ready to throw in the towels, or rather the towel, as he is the only remaining player left on this team. GG coming out from BikeRush Owns. Is this going to be it? BikeRush has been defeated. Team DGAF, both Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, coming through with a victory in this game, the series, and the tournament. Big congratulations to Team Don't Give a Fuck FU. They come through with a huge victory, $300 cash prize going into their pockets. BikeRush owns and Wookibert putting on a great show for us today, bringing out some old tactics and showing that they can still work, but unfortunately being routed by the better forces of DirtyDutch and Masterleaf. Great set of games, absolutely phenomenal, and unfortunately BikeRush not able to pull the 1v2 victory from out of his back pocket, and that's going to be chalking up a victory here for DirtyDutch and Masterleaf. Huge congrats to those guys. Very nice pickup there. But DirtyDutch, or rather BikeRush owns and Wookibert, they're going to walk away with $150 cash prize split between the two of them, so it will more than likely be a $75 split. And but DirtyDutch and Masterleaf have secured themselves $300 worth of cash prizes here, and that will be split between the two of them unless they decide otherwise. So $150 going to the pocket of both of those players. Very nice set of games here. Cannot complain. Bringing us to a 6th game. Definitely not what I was expecting in that matchup. I was expecting it to be fast and furious, but they absolutely came through. So very good games. Unfortunately, BikeRush and Wookibert not able to stand up to the powerhouse of Masterleaf and DirtyDutch, and that is going to be it for the tournament today. Wow. So I'm gonna admit, I came into this tournament thinking, okay, this is BikeRush's and Wookibert's tournament to lose. BikeRush has been pretty active, not necessarily all that active recently. DirtyDutch, or rather Wookibert, also very active. I'm pretty sure he's been active even recently. But man, absolutely astonishing. I would not have expected that result, but DirtyDutch and Masterleaf showing that they are the team to contend with, and they're going to hold the championship title for now. We'll see if they can hold on to that moving forward. But wow, very good games. Certainly an interesting set of matches, to say the least. But with that said, that's going to be it for the tournament. I do want to take this opportunity to say thank you once again. Very big thank you, and I hope you guys all in chat can say thanks, Scott. Scott O'Neill donated the $500 cash prize that was given out to these guys. This was absolutely huge, so be sure to say thank you to him. I'm pretty sure he's still kicking around. If not, he will more than likely end up watching the video back. But big thank you to you, sir. It was pretty fantastic. And I'm looking forward to seeing some more tournaments in the near future, as we're going to definitely continue to push forward. The 2v2 coming through big time, as I had my reservations. I wasn't sure. I was like, it could be a stomp one way or the other, you know, if we get one powerhouse team. But holy cow, everybody showed up for this one. Very cool to see all the different teams showing up. Bonus and Unleashed, a team that I never would have expected to show up. They showed up and they put on a pretty good show for us. But Masterleaf and DirtyDutch coming through with the victory there. Team DGAFFU, congratulations once again for taking first place. Congratulations to Team BikeRush, BikeRush and Wookibert taking second place. I don't know what the score of the third place match is, if it took place, but I believe that would have been between, let's see, it would have been between Team World Champs and Team Noir Future. So Blackheart and Tiberian Future had an opportunity at a cash prize as well. So I'm not sure if that series ended up getting played. I have to imagine that it did, because there's a cash prize in it for everybody. Even the fourth place team had an opportunity to get 20 bucks. So it's definitely a good thing. But hey, I certainly appreciate everybody for stopping by. Once again, I want to have a big shout out to Scott O'Neill. Thank you very much, sir, for the huge donation. That was very cool to have this tournament here today. We couldn't have asked for a better turnout, nor a cooler result. So very good set of games. Thank you all once again very much for stopping by with us. I know we peaked over 100 viewers today. I think we're sitting at about 69 or 70, which is really cool. It's been pretty positive in the chat, so that's awesome. It looks like everybody's been having a good time. I hope you guys have all enjoyed it. And with that said, I'm going to get to work on getting these guys paid. And that's going to be it for me today, everybody. I hope you guys have all had fun. Thank you once again for everybody that participated in the tournament, as well as the tournament officials that were here. I believe I saw Hydrolace. I know Unknown was here. We had Toxic Shock obviously doing a lot of the work, and then Phantom being the backbone here, keeping everything running. So big thank you to you, sir. I know it's very late for you where you're at, so thank you for staying up late and making this one a possibility for us. It was definitely a good set of games, and thank you all very much for watching, and I'll catch you all next time.